Chapter 25. None of these disturbances had any effect on Lu Ping. He continued with his cultivation as if he was detached from the world. Other than making a trip to the market every 7 days to sell his gains and buying cultivation supplies, he didn't waste any time. Another 7 days passed. Lu Ping had sold a batch of mid-high grade talismans and over 100 refined copper ores to the store of Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. That earned him another 200 spiritual stones. Since he had enough cultivation supplies, he didn't buy anything this time. At the same time, Jinling and its affiliated forces were attacked by Xianling's sect in the west and east. Since Jinling was well prepared, although both sides suffered losses, Jinling didn't lose the 10 islands that Jinling and Xianling's sect occupied. Only the north and south side, where Xianling and Jinling faced each other, were strangely calm. At the same time, the upper echelons of both sects continued to squabble in the North Sea Alliance. Both sides formed their own cliques. Although Xianling's sect was the traditional leader of the alliance, Jinling's sect had the upper hand in terms of morality and justice. Thus, they won the sympathy of the neutral sections. Another 7 days passed, and Lu Ping received an invitation to a trade fair organized by the disciples and outer sect disciples. The main purpose of this trade fair was to exchange information and promote cultivation. It would be held in a month's time. Lu Ping thought about it and decided to go and have a look. At this time, there was news that Jinling and Xianling's sect had already fought on the border of the north and south side the day after Xianqi Island was occupied. Both sides were core forging enlightened masters, which was why both sides didn't make it public. There was also news that there was a tsunami and thunder at the place where the fight happened. This was a natural phenomenon that could only be caused by a battle between core forging enlightened masters. Someone provided further evidence that the 7th group of the True Spirit Side Hall, which had conquered Xianqi Island, had hurriedly ended their trial and returned to the Side Hall on the second afternoon. Why had the 7th group finished the trial 7 days earlier than the other groups? There was also a rumor that Xianling's sect had sent 2 core forging enlightened masters to Xianqi Island, but when they returned, their faces were pale and haggard. It was obvious that they were heavily injured. What kind of power could injure 2 core forging enlightened masters? It would require at least 4 core forging enlightened masters of the same cultivation level. The strange calm in the southern sea was probably because both sides were mobilizing their forces. As one of the parties involved, Lu Ping naturally understood the truth of the matter better than most people. However, he only understood a little more. Although the Spirit Stone mine was an accident, it was obvious that both parties had deeper arrangements and backups. However, Lu Ping had a feeling that the two sides wouldn't fight. At most, they would settle the matter peacefully. Although he didn't know the reason, judging from the peaceful expressions on the faces of the immortals in the side hall, there wasn't the slightest trace of solemnity during a war. Another 7 days passed. Lu Ping looked at the set of top-grade early warning talismans that he had just made in front of him. This early warning talisman was extremely difficult to make. This was the first time Lu Ping had successfully made a set of top-grade early warning talismans after obtaining the production method. This set of early warning talismans consisted of a primary talisman and 8 child talismans. It could roughly monitor the situation within a mile around him. Although it wasn't as detailed as Divine Sense, it still had some special features that Divine Sense couldn't. Unfortunately, this child warning talisman only had the production method for blood refining realm cultivators. Otherwise, when he obtained Divine Sense, he would have a better production method. The two could complement each other, and it would be a good choice. At this time, there were rumors of battles between core forging realm enlightened masters on the east and west sides of the sea. Xianling's sect had retaken 3 islands, but Xianling's sect still firmly occupied 14 islands. Among them, Jinling alone occupied 9 islands. Another rumor said that something strange had happened in the southern sea. One day, the sky alternated between clear and dark, but there wasn't a single cloud in the sky. The fishermen who went fishing didn't encounter any wind or waves. On the contrary, the sea beasts that usually wreaked havoc were all gone. The fisherman had a good harvest that day. Another 7 days passed, and a blood-red shadow suddenly appeared in the forest behind the side hall. From the shadow, a young man about 17 or 18 years old appeared. It was Lu Ping. Lu Ping's face was unusually pale, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. However, his expression was one of excitement. "I've finally mastered the blood escape technique. These days, I've been eating so many blood spirit pills to replenish the blood essence I've used to cultivate the blood escape technique." At this time, both Jinling and Xianling sect suddenly fell silent. Even their affiliated forces had stopped fighting. For a moment, the North Sea cultivators who had been paying attention to the situation were at a loss as to what to do. Lu Ping thought about how Jinling had mobilized 7 core forging realm enlightened masters in an instant. With such ample preparation and resolute attitude, Jinling's sect would definitely hold back for fear of harming the innocent. It seemed that this conflict would most likely be resolved peacefully. However, it was likely that Jinling wouldn't let go of the spirit mine. In other aspects, Jinling would also have to take a step back. Another 7 days passed. Lu Ping carefully organized all the mystic artifacts he had on him. There were a total of 7 low-grade mystic artifacts: the iron seal, landslide, the copper mirror, the flying knife, the mace, the jade scepter, the flying sword, the jade bottle, and a mid-grade mystic artifact, mountain-suppressing pagoda. After some consideration, Lu Ping eliminated the flying knife, the mace, the jade scepter, and the flying sword. Instead, he carefully refined the remaining 4 mystic artifacts. At the same time, he decided to exchange them for a mid-grade flying sword mystic artifact in preparation for his breakthrough to the 9th layer blood refining realm. At this time, the news of the peace talks between Xianling's sect and Jinling had already spread. Since Jinling had the moral high ground, he would definitely take over the 14 islands as a fait accompli. On the other hand, Xianling's sect would try its best to shirk its responsibility and rely on its powerful strength and alliance to put pressure on Jinling. Now, both sides' focus was on the 14 islands. Another 7 days passed. Lu Ping had spent 2 months digesting the results of the 2 days of training. Naturally, the results were to Lu Ping's satisfaction. At the same time, the sect also distributed the rewards according to each team member's contribution and performance. Hiding the fact that he killed the cultivators outside the spirit mine, Lu Ping killed 2 Xianling sect disciples and received 20 contribution points. Assisting his teammates in killing 3 Xianling sect disciples earned him 15 contribution points. This was an excellent result. After all, Jinling had the upper hand when they took over Xianqi Island. It wasn't easy for them to gain the upper hand in the encirclement. At the same time, there were 2 hidden rewards. Assisting Master Immortal Du in killing Zhang Jihe and discovering and reporting the news of the spirit mine in time. For some reason, Master Immortal Du also hid the first reward. These 2 rewards gave Lu Ping 20 contribution points each. Adding on the fact that he reported the Cultivator Sharing Union to Master Immortal Lu, Lu Ping now had a total of 85 contribution points. In order to participate in the trade fair between the side hall and the outer sect disciples, Lu Ping organized his belongings. He had about 3,200 spirit stones, and this was the result of consuming a large amount of spirit stones in the past 2 months. 5 stalks of 500-year-old spiritual herbs for concocting blood-condensing pills. 1 stalk of 500-year-old spiritual herb for concocting blood condensation realm pills. 4 unused low-grade mystic artifacts. A large amount of blood refining realm pills. 3 bottles of the best quality blood vigor pills used by 9th layer blood refining realm cultivators. About 100 different kinds of top-grade blood talismans, accumulated over the past 2 years. There were also 50 top-grade talismans, 100 high-grade talismans, 7 sets of high-grade warning talismans, and 2 sets of top-grade blood talismans. There were also some miscellaneous items used for cultivation. Lu Ping was fully prepared for this trade fair. All he had to do was wait for the day to come. Chapter 26. 12 Fangs of a Late-Stage First-Order Demonic Beast, Sharp Fang Fish. They are used to refine low-grade magic tools. I wish to exchange them for 2 bottles of cultivation pills for the 8th or 9th layer of blood refining realm. Lu Ping couldn't help shaking his head in disappointment as he watched a monastery disciple display his harvest from the trial. At the same time, he was exchanging for the cultivation resources he needed. Originally, Lu Ping had held some hope for this trade fair. He thought he would be able to exchange for some of the things he needed. However, this trade fair only had 1/3 of the participants, and all of them were displaying things that Lu Ping didn't need. No wonder only 80 or 90 out of the 150 monastery disciples and outer sect disciples participated in the trade fair. That was especially true of the famous 9th layer blood refining disciples from the monastery and outer sect. Not even a single one of them showed up. It wasn't that these things weren't good. After all, which disciple didn't have any harvest from the trial? Who would take out something that was unpresentable just to embarrass themselves in front of others? However, Lu Ping was now rich. He had long since turned his nose up at these things that were considered precious by ordinary blood refining realm disciples. While the ordinary blood refining realm upper echelon disciples were still haggling over a low-grade mystic instrument, a bottle of medicinal pellets, or dozens of spirit stones, Lu Ping had long set his sights on mid-grade mystic instruments, blood-condensing pellets, and other higher-grade items. Just as Lu Ping was about to leave, a rather famous 9th layer disciple walked onto the stage. He took out a 500-year-old spirit grass that was used to refine blood-condensing pills, causing the disciples below to gasp in surprise. Lu Ping also straightened his back and listened attentively to this person's request. Concocting blood-condensing pills requires a 500-year-old spirit grass, fragrant astringent grass. I wish to exchange it for pills for the 9th layer of blood refining realm. The higher the grade, the better. An outer disciple who knew him couldn't help but ask, "Senior apprentice Brother Su, why did you take out this spirit grass? If you have 8 of them, you can exchange them for blood-condensing pills from our sect." Senior apprentice Brother Su looked at the crowd and smiled. "I already have some ideas about the blood-condensing pills. Now, I just need to improve my cultivation." Senior apprentice Brother Su enjoyed the envious gazes from the crowd. "Is there anyone who wants to exchange for it?" The crowd finally regained their senses. It was clear how important the blood-condensing pills and the blood condensation realm were to the blood refining realm disciples. Everyone started to estimate their own wealth to see if they could get this precious spirit grass. "Senior apprentice brother, can I exchange it with spirit stones?" "Senior apprentice brother, can I exchange it with other items of similar value?" Senior Marshal Brother Su frowned and said, "I'm sorry, I only want medicinal pills. I don't need spiritual stones or anything else." "Senior brother, I have 3 bottles of blood cleansing pills with a total of 30 pills. If it's not enough, I'll make up for it with spirit stones. How about that?" The disciple who spoke quickly borrowed spirit stones from the surrounding disciples. "Blood purification pills. That's a pill used by cultivators in the 6th or 7th layer of blood refining realm. Senior brother, I have 3 bottles of blood essence pills and 6 bottles of blood purification pills. What do you think?" "I'm sorry, I need at least 6 bottles of blood essence pills for the 8th and 9th layer blood refining realm. Blood purification pills are of little value to me." As soon as Senior Apprentice Brother Su finished speaking, the chaotic crowd quieted down. Only a few people were still borrowing pills from the surrounding disciples, hoping to gather the required amount. Looking at the chaotic scene below the stage, Senior Brother Su was a little disappointed. It wasn't that no one could afford this spirit grass, but the problem was that there weren't that many pills in such a short amount of time. Even if someone managed to gather all the pills, he was afraid that in the future, this person would not have enough pills, and it would affect his cultivation. "Senior Apprentice Brother Su, what do you think of this pill?" A 17-year-old disciple stood up and tossed a jade bottle to Senior Apprentice Brother Su. Senior Apprentice Brother Su caught the bottle and opened it. His eyes lit up and he quickly asked, Junior Apprentice Brother, how many of these pills do you have? If you have enough, I'll trade with you. Lu Ping smiled and said, I was lucky to get this one bottle, but I can add 3 more bottles of blood essence pills in exchange for Senior Apprentice Brother's fragrant astringent grass. What do you think? When Senior Apprentice Brother Su heard that there was only 1 bottle, he was disappointed. However, when he heard that Lu Ping could take out enough blood essence pills, he was satisfied. He said, in that case, this spirit grass is yours, Junior Apprentice Brother. When the crowd saw that Lu Ping had traded for a spirit grass, they were shocked by Lu Ping's wealth and wondered what kind of pills Lu Ping had used. 1 bottle was equivalent to 3 bottles of blood essence pills. Naturally, that bottle was the best pill for blood refining cultivators, the blood vigor pill. Lu Ping ignored the crowd's discussion and directly went up to trade with Senior Apprentice Brother Su. At the same time, he whispered to Senior Apprentice Brother Su, I wonder if Senior Apprentice Brother Su has any more spirit grass to refine the blood condensing pill? I can use 6 more bottles of blood essence pills to trade. Although Senior Apprentice Brother Su was shocked by Lu Ping's generosity, he could only smile helplessly. He said, these spirit grass are not easy to obtain. I only managed to collect 3 of them before. Because I already know how to refine the blood condensing pill, I used 2 of them to trade for a magic tool and a pill. This is the last one. Helpless, Lu Ping could only return to his seat. Previously, Lu Ping had easily obtained 5 spirit grass to refine the blood condensing pill, so he didn't think that these spirit grass were very precious. However, the craziness of the exchange this time shocked Lu Ping. Only now did he realize the true value of the 5 spirit grass he had. But he had already obtained 6 of them, and the blood condensing pill was just around the corner. After the disturbance of the spirit grass, the exchange finally began to show some signs of improvement. Quite a few valuable items were placed on the stage, and the disciples below were all fighting over them. The atmosphere immediately became lively. Lu Ping also felt that his horizons had been broadened a bit. As expected, there were quite a few people who had made great gains during this experiential training. Lu Ping was also quite interested in some of the items on display. Unfortunately, none of those items were of use to Lu Ping. Finally, it was Lu Ping's turn to present his treasures. Everyone was looking at this monastery disciple who had obtained the fragrant astringent grass. They all wanted to see just what sort of treasure he would bring out. Lu Ping had originally come for the middle-grade enchanted tools, but by the time the exchange was over halfway, only a few low-grade enchanted tools had appeared. That made Lu Ping a bit disappointed. If he went up now to exchange for a middle-grade enchanted tool, then ignoring whether or not he would be able to obtain it, the attention he would gain would be too great. So Lu Ping changed his plans. Lu Ping directly took out a wooden box from his storage pouch. Opening it, he revealed a stack of talismans. 50 high-grade talismans. I hope to exchange them for iron of the same value. Chapter 27. Lu Ping's transaction could be considered as a large sum of money. After all, these 50 high-grade talismans were worth 150 spirit stones, which Lu Ping had saved over a long period of time. Even if he were to buy an ordinary mid-grade magic tool, it would only be 100 to 150 spirit stones. After Lu Ping finished speaking, the people below the stage were also puzzled. Fine iron can at most be used to refine mid-grade magic tools. With so many talismans, an ordinary mid-grade magic tool should be enough. Why is he exchanging it for so much fine iron? Could it be that this person wants to learn the art of refining? Lu Ping just quietly waited for the people below the stage to bid. He naturally had his own ideas. His favorite, landslide, was refined using a portion of the fine iron. Lu Ping wanted to upgrade it to a mid-grade magic tool. In addition to its attack characteristics, he would undoubtedly need a large amount of fine iron to upgrade it to the mid-grade. Originally, Lu Ping had a lot of fine copper ores on hand. It was barely enough to upgrade landslide. However, Lu Ping considered that the raw materials for landslide were all iron-type spirit ores. Therefore, he felt that it would be better to continue using iron-type spirit ores to upgrade it. Lu Ping waited on the stage for a while, but no one came forward to bid. Although there were many people below the stage who were interested in these 50 talismans, Lu Ping specifically stated that he wanted fine iron ores, which made these people feel quite helpless. At this time, they only heard a rough and loud voice say embarrassedly, "Hee hee, I don't know if this senior brother can use black iron ores to exchange for it." When the people below the stage heard black iron ores, they were in an uproar again. This was a spirit ore that could be used to refine high-grade magic tools. Lu Ping's eyes lit up. Regardless of the people around him trying to dissuade him, he quickly said, "How much do you have?" "I want it all." A simple and honest-looking young man with a big beard stood up and threw his storage pouch to Lu Ping. He chuckled and said, "Although it's not much, you don't have enough talismans." His clear eyes coupled with his honest face were still very deceptive. When the cultivators around him saw that his companion wasn't muddle-headed, they no longer tried to dissuade him. They only looked at Lu Ping. Lu Ping looked at the black iron in the bag. It was more than enough to upgrade landslide to high grade. He pondered for a moment and said, "What else do you need?" The large man's eyes lit up and said, "Magic tool, low grade is fine. But it must be handy. Also, add some spirit stones and talismans." Lu Ping looked at the cultivator that was half a head taller and said, "What do you think of this magic tool?" A mace mystic instrument flew out from Lu Ping's interspatial pouch and the bearded cultivator caught it. Seeing the mighty magic artifact, the bearded cultivator was overjoyed. He impatiently picked it up and brandished it a few times, causing the surrounding cultivators to flee in fear while swearing loudly. The bearded cultivator didn't pay attention to these people and only said, "Good, very good. The quality is considered high among low-level magic tools. This is it. I'll add another 50 spirit stones. Is that enough?" The friar was familiarizing himself with the magic tool in his hand. "It's enough." The friar was familiarizing himself with the magic tool in his hand. He said, "It's enough." The cultivators that came with him felt helpless. Lu Ping unexpectedly obtained something he was even more satisfied with. He walked down the stage and the trade fair continued. At this point, the trade fair had entered its second half. Cultivators with good items were constantly exchanging them for the items they needed on the treasure offering stage. The cultivators below the stage were also scrambling to buy the items they needed. There were even signs of competition to raise the prices, which intrigued Lu Ping. A small outer sect disciple trade fair was already so intense. Lu Ping heard that there would sometimes be auctions for blood refining cultivators. The items there were even more precious. How intense would it be? After that, Lu Ping spent another 50 spirit stones to exchange for a stack of 100 talisman papers. These were high-grade talisman papers made by a cultivator who specialized in talisman making. They could increase the success rate and quality of talisman making. Lu Ping even discussed a long-term partnership with him. When the trade fair was about to end, a female cultivator took out 2 bottles of blood-solidifying pills and said that she wanted to exchange them for top-grade talismans. This caused the trade fair to reach its climax. The blood-solidifying pill was a type of pill between the blood essence pill and the blood vigor pill. It was a good item that 8th and 9th layer blood refining cultivators would crave for. However, the female cultivator clearly stated that she would only exchange for top-grade talismans. This caused the cultivators present to complain. 2 bottles of blood-solidifying pills were enough to exchange for 30 to 40 top-grade talismans. How could an ordinary blood-refining cultivator have so many top-grade talismans? Even a blood-refining cultivator who specialized in talisman making would need a long time to save up so many top-grade talismans. In the end, the transaction was not successful. The female cultivator was quite disappointed. Before she left the stage, she glanced at Lu Ping. This was because Lu Ping was the only one who exchanged a large number of talismans at the trade fair, even if they were only high-grade talismans. It wasn't that Lu Ping wasn't tempted. It was just that he had already attracted a lot of attention at the trade fair. If he were to trade for 2 more bottles of blood solidifying pellets, he would inevitably attract unwanted attention. Lu Ping pondered for a moment. After the trade fair ended, he did not hurry to leave. Instead, he waited until most of the people had left before he walked in the direction that the female cultivator left. Lu Ping's speed was slightly faster, and he soon caught up with the female cultivator. Seeing that there was no one around, he walked forward and said, "Senior Marshal Sister, please wait." The female cultivator turned around and saw that it was Lu Ping. She also guessed Lu Ping's purpose, but she still asked, "What do you want?" Lu Ping chuckled and said, "I think Senior Marshal Sister has already guessed it. I want to exchange for Senior Marshal Sister's blood solidifying pills." The female cultivator's face lit up when she heard this, and she eagerly asked, "How many top-grade talismans do you have?" Lu Ping did not directly answer, but said, "Senior Marshal Sister's 2 bottles of blood solidifying pills are worth around 170 to 80 spirit stones. Different top-grade talismans can be exchanged for 30 to 40 of them. However, I have been accumulating top-grade talismans for my own use, so I have turned them into blood talismans. In this case, I can only give Senior Marshal Sister 25 blood talismans." The female cultivator heard this, thought for a moment, and said, 25 talismans? That's barely enough, let's do it." The 2 of them exchanged talismans and pills. The female cultivator looked at Lu Ping and said, "Junior Marshal Brother looks young, but I didn't expect your talisman-making skills to be so high. My name is Hu Lily, I don't know Senior Marshal Brother's name. If there is any need in the future, I will still need Junior Marshal Brother's help." Lu Ping smiled and said, "My name is Lu Ping. If Senior Marshal Sister has any need in the future, you can come to the courtyard's group 7 to find me." Hu Lily suddenly smiled and said, "So you are the leader of the famous 7 ferocious of the 3rd grade disciples. I have heard of your name for a long time." Lu Ping did not know that his name had already spread to the outer sect disciples. Hearing this, he smiled bitterly and said, "Senior Marshal Sister, please don't make fun of me. I was just lucky enough to win a few matches in the inner sect disciple competition. I am really ashamed of myself." Hu Lily looked at Lu Ping's embarrassed appearance and couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 28. After returning from the trade fair, Lu Ping once again immersed himself in his cultivation. Although Lu Ping didn't spend much of his spirit stones in this trade fair, he managed to trade quite a lot of other items. Naturally, his gains were not small. Especially the 2 bottles of blood solidifying pills, which were equivalent to 40 blood essence pills. Moreover, these 20 blood solidifying pills could be consumed in 20 days, while blood essence pills of the same effect would take Lu Ping 40 days. In other words, Lu Ping's cultivation efficiency would be doubled if he used the blood solidifying pills. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. Lu Ping was almost 18 years old. With the help of sufficient spirit stones and medicinal pellets, Lu Ping finally reached the peak of 8th layer blood refining realm and was about to reach the barrier of 9th layer blood refining realm. In this half a year, the biggest event was the reconciliation between Jinling and Xianling sect under the mediation of many sects in the North Sea Alliance. After Xianling sect's investigation, they finally found out the truth behind the spy case. Some blood condensation cultivators in Xianling sect had supported some rogue cultivator organizations to obtain cultivation resources through improper means. Because of this, Xianling sect expressed their deep regret for the losses caused to Jinling and the other 4 sects due to poor management. Xianling sect had already decided to imprison the cultivation of the few masterminds behind the scenes, make them servants for 30 years, and revoke their inner disciple status. Jinling and the other 4 sects agreed with Xianling sect's investigation, but stated that the 15 islands they occupied were to be used as compensation for Jinling and the other 4 sections. Jinling wanted to legitimize the fait accompli. Unfortunately, Xianling sect relied on its traditional power and the network of connections it had built up over many years to force Jinling sect to agree to the island battle with most sects in the North Sea Alliance. The so-called island battle was a battle in which both sides would send 15 blood condensation disciples to draw lots. Each battle would use an island as the wager, and the winning side would obtain the ownership of the island. Under strong diplomatic pressure, Jinling and the other 4 sects were forced to agree to the island battle. However, Jinling Island strongly requested to exclude Xianqi Island from the list. The reason was that Xianqi Island was located at the border between Xianling sect and Jinling sect's territories. Since Jinling was far weaker than Xianling sect, it needed to strengthen its defenses. Many sects began to support Jinling sect, using it to keep Xianling sect in check and balance to maintain the internal stability of the alliance. Soon, the other sects inadvertently regretfully said, Jinling sect's strength, Jinling sect, and Xianling Xian sect, in the alliance, sect, and Xianling sect, in Jinling Xianzheng, Jinling sect was in sect. Not long after, a senior immortal from a side hall casually lamented, who asked our sect to be so weak? We have no say in the alliance, and will be bullied if we fall behind. After these words were spread, the disciples of Jinling sect started to unite against a common enemy. Their hatred was directed towards the sects led by Xianling sect. Their passion for cultivation increased by leaps and bounds, and their cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. In the past half a year, Group 7 had gained 4 7th-layer blood refining realm disciples and 2 8th-layer blood refining realm disciples. Shi Lingling had also advanced to the 9th layer, and Yao Yong and Du Feng were about to reach the peak of the 9th layer. Both of them had blood condensing pellets and were already preparing for the blood condensation realm. From Lu Ping's point of view, the commotion outside seemed to be an act arranged by both sides. While everyone thought that Jinling had failed in challenging Xianling sect's authority in the North Sea Alliance, Lu Ping thought that Jinling had successfully shaken Xianling sect's position in the alliance. Although Xianling sect had forced Jinling to give in and accept the fact that they were going to fight for the island, Jinling's concession seemed to be a diplomatic victory for Xianling sect. However, Xianling sect's concession was on Xianling sect's occupied island. Moreover, Xianling sect did not gain much from this concession, especially since Xianqi Island, which had a small mineral vein, was excluded from the list of islands that Jinling was legally occupying. The other sects in the alliance were more than willing to see a balanced Xianling sect, not a dominant sect. Sure enough, another month passed. Under the supervision of many sects in the North Sea Alliance, the results of the island fight were out. Out of the 14 battles, Jinling won 9 times. Including Xianqi Island, Jinling obtained 10 islands in this conflict. From Lu Ping's point of view, although the battles were small-scale, it also revealed a problem. Jinling's blood condensation cultivators were generally stronger than Xianling sect's cultivators. Even though it was only a competition between a dozen or so people, it was impossible to not come to this conclusion. Perhaps this was also one of the reasons why Jinling dared to challenge Xianling sect. Lu Ping finally came to his own conclusion from the dazzling battle between the two sides in the North Sea Alliance. However, it was just his own opinion. Lu Ping laughed at himself. These matters would naturally be handled by the sect's Laozu. Right now, breaking through to the next realm was more important. In the cultivation room, Lu Ping sat quietly with a blood vigor pill in his hand. Lu Ping had been at the peak of the 8th layer for more than a month. Although the 9th layer was right in front of him, Lu Ping still could not break through. Lu Ping decided to give it a try with a blood vigor pill. All this while, Lu Ping was reluctant to use a blood vigor pill to cultivate. Even though Lu Ping's cultivation was much higher than other cultivators in the same realm, using a blood vigor pill was still an unnecessary waste. This time, in order to break through to the 9th layer, he couldn't care less. Lu Ping placed the blood vigor pill in his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth, turning into a powerful surge of spiritual energy in his abdomen. Then, It was absorbed by his blood vessels. Complementing Lu Ping's continuous cultivation of the blood condensation spirit dissolving technique, the spiritual energy completely integrated into his blood vessels. His originally bright red blood instantly became a little brighter, and his heartbeat became slower but stronger. Under the dual effects of his heart and spiritual energy, the surging blood slowly expanded the blood vessels in his body. At the same time, many parts of his body that were not connected to his blood vessels were also unblocked. Under the influence of his blood, the rich spiritual energy penetrated into every part of his body, transforming it into a stronger physique. Some impurities that couldn't be removed from his body before were expelled out of his body. 9th layer blood refining realm. Lu Ping finally reached the blood condensation realm. He was only one step away from the blood condensation realm. Lu Ping looked at the Tianling mountain range where Jinling was stationed. It looks like I have to make a plan for myself and speed up my preparations for entering the blood condensation realm. Chapter 29. Lu Ping suppressed his joy after reaching the 9th layer and spent an entire month stabilizing his cultivation. With the help of the remaining 2 bottles of blood vigor pills, Lu Ping quickly stabilized his cultivation and made great progress. The 9th layer was an important transition period between the blood condensation realm and the blood refining realm. For mortals to become cultivators, they had to first activate their own spirit bloodline. According to legend, all living beings in this world were descendants of the 7th patriarch, the creator of the world. Every living being had 7 types of spirit bloodlines. Only by activating these 7 bloodlines could they absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and gradually strengthen their spirit bloodlines. This was the blood refining realm. When a cultivator reached the 9th layer, the 7 types of spirit bloodlines would be fully activated. At this point, the cultivator would have to face the blood condensation realm. The so-called blood condensation realm was to choose one of the 7 bloodlines in the body to cultivate and expel the spiritual energy of the other 6 bloodlines. Then, the cultivator would become the dominant bloodline in the body and reach the blood condensation realm. After that, the cultivator would use the spirit blood of the same bloodline to make up for the deficiencies in the bloodline. Finally, the cultivator's bloodline would be completely integrated into the spirit bloodline. This was the process of cultivating in the blood condensation realm. When Lu Ping reached the 9th layer, it meant that he had to choose one of the 7 bloodlines as his main bloodline in the blood condensation realm. It was also known as the foundation bloodline. Although Lu Ping hadn't made up his mind yet, it was better for him to increase his cultivation to the peak of the 9th layer and obtain the blood condensation pill first. On this day, after Lu Ping finished cultivating, he went to the market and sold all the talismans he made recently. Then, he bought 3 bottles of blood essence pills from Jinling's elixir store. The 80 to 80 spirit stones he earned from selling the talismans were gone in the blink of an eye, and he still had to fork out a few dozen spirit stones. After entering the 9th layer of the blood refining realm, the number of medicinal pellets required for cultivation had increased significantly. This was especially true for the blood solidifying pellets and blood vigor pellets that were of a higher grade than the blood essence pellets. Although the blood essence pellets cost less, they contained less spiritual energy, which greatly slowed down Lu Ping's cultivation speed. Even so, the monthly expenses of medicinal pills still rose sharply. If it wasn't for Lu Ping having some wealth, and only relying on selling talismans, he would have to face the same situation as the vast majority of cultivators, facing a lack of cultivation resources. This was the result of Lu Ping's improved talisman crafting skills, especially after he purchased high-quality talisman papers from the trade fair. Thanks to that, Lu Ping rarely failed in drawing talismans after he entered the 9th layer. Alchemy was truly a lucrative industry. After returning to Jinling's side hall, Lu Ping received a notice to go to Master Immortal Lu to receive his mission for this year's training. When he arrived at Master Immortal Lu's cultivation room, Lu Ping realized that he wasn't the only one. The other 8 disciples of Group 7 who had reached the 8th layer had also arrived. After everyone arrived and bowed to Master Immortal Lu, Master Immortal Lu said joyfully, Lu Ping has reached the 9th layer of the blood-refining realm. That's great. With this, our Group 7 now has 4 9th-layer blood-refining realm disciples. Our strength is no longer inferior to Group 1. Everyone was shocked to hear that Lu Ping's cultivation had improved so rapidly. Master Immortal Lu didn't elaborate on this and directly announced this year's training mission: stay on Xianqi Island for 3 years. For level 3 disciples of the side halls, they would have to carry out various missions assigned by the sect for the last 3 years. The conflict between Xianling sect and Jinling sect had calmed down, and Jinling had taken over Xianqi Island. Therefore, the 16 islands under Xianqi Island would need to be guarded by Jinling's blood-refining realm disciples. Since Group 7 had participated in the invasion of Xianqi Island, they were more familiar with this area of the sea. After leaving Master Immortal Lu's place, Lu Ping had a feeling that this mission would be full of twists and turns. Xianling sect had suffered a huge loss and lost a small ore vein. Lu Ping didn't think that Xianling sect would let Xianqi Island go so easily. He had to be prepared. After all, no one knew what could happen in the next 3 years. 3 days later, Lu Ping's group would depart for Xianqi Island. Lu Ping's time was tight. When he arrived at the market again, he first went to Jinling's crafting pavilion. Because of the missions he completed, Lu Ping now had 85 contribution points, enough for him to exchange for a mid-grade mystic instrument. The reason why he didn't exchange for one before was because the mystic instruments in the pavilion of smithing were relatively monotonous, unlike the variety in the market. Although the quality of the mystic instruments was guaranteed, they weren't particularly outstanding among the mystic instruments of the same grade. This time's mission was urgent, so Lu Ping didn't have time to go to other places in the market to exchange for magic tools. He could only come to the crafting pavilion to exchange for an ordinary mid-grade magic tool. A mid-grade magic tool would cost at least 50 contribution points. Those with better quality or special functions could even cost close to 100 contribution points. Lu Ping skimmed through the list. In the end, he felt that the most practical magic tool was still a flying sword. So, he spent 65 contribution points to exchange for a flying feather sword. Looking at Lu Ping's remaining 20 contribution points, he shook his head. It was really expensive. However, when he thought about how this magic tool would sell for at least 200 spirit stones outside, Lu Ping still felt that he made a profit. When Lu Ping passed by Jinling's elixir store, he thought for a moment and decided to go in to take a look. The elixirs in the elixir store were mainly targeted at blood-refining realm disciples and low-level blood condensation realm cultivators. Lu Ping looked at the list of elixirs and saw that only the blood essence pill was suitable for him. Disappointed, he decided to leave. When the shop assistant saw that Lu Ping was about to leave, he casually asked, "Immortal Senior, are there no elixirs that are suitable for you?" Lu Ping was about to leave, but when he heard the shop assistant's question, he said, "I just want to exchange for some elixirs that are more suitable for 9th layer blood refining realm than the blood essence pill, but I don't need them here." The shop assistant smiled and said, "It's not that we don't have these things. Our shop owner has some connections. Because the supply is limited, he sells them to cultivators with connections or powerful forces. Ordinary cultivators can only exchange for the elixirs designated by the sect." Lu Ping suddenly understood. Jinling was a big business, how could they not refine these elixirs? Although these elixirs were better than the blood essence pill, they were still just elixirs for blood refining realm cultivators. How could a master alchemist like Jinling care about them? However, Jinling was also looking for benefits. Compared to other blood refining realm elixirs, the blood essence pill was undoubtedly the most suitable elixir. When Lu Ping saw the half-smile on the shop assistant's face, he quickly understood. He passed 10 spirit stones to the shop assistant and smiled apologetically, "This humble one doesn't know anything about this. Please enlighten me." The shop assistant accepted the spirit stones generously and passed the list of elixirs to Lu Ping. It seemed like he had prepared everything beforehand. Chapter 30. Sure enough, Lu Ping saw some high-grade medicinal pellets for the various stages of the blood-refining realm, and one of them was the blood-solidifying pellet. Overjoyed, Lu Ping quickly asked the shop assistant, "Little brother, how much are these blood-solidifying pellets?" The shop assistant took a look and said, "Each blood-solidifying pill costs 4 contribution points. I can give you a discount of 35 contribution points for a bottle of 10. Hearing this, Lu Ping couldn't help but say, "That's a bit expensive. 4 contribution points can be exchanged for 12 spirit stones. The supplementary effect of the blood-solidifying pill is only twice that of the blood essence pill. A blood essence pill is only about 4 spirit stones in the market." The shop assistant waved his hands and put on a helpless expression as he said, "Immortal Elder, the rarer an item is, the more valuable it is. We sell it in bottles here. Moreover, we have to guard against the sect's investigation and bribe everyone. All of this requires spirit stones." Lu Ping looked at the half-smile on the shop assistant's face. Although there was a hint of truth in the shop assistant's words, most of them were exaggerated. Perhaps this was a method of earning money that was tacitly approved by the sect. However, he had no choice but to lower his head. Looking at his remaining 20 contribution points, Lu Ping thought for a moment. He took out a jade box from his storage bag and handed it to the shop assistant. "Take a look and see how many contribution points this empty verdant grass can be exchanged for." This spirit herb was Lu Ping's harvest on Xian Qi Island. Lu Ping only knew that this empty verdant grass was a spirit herb used to concoct blood condensation realm pills. However, he didn't know what kind of pill it was used to concoct. The jade slip Master Immortal Lu gave him didn't explain. The shop assistant opened the jade box and looked at the spirit herb inside with an artifact connected to a jade slip on the counter. This artifact was a small device for mortals to read the contents of a jade slip. After a careful examination, the shop assistant said, "It really is a 500-year-old empty verdant grass. This is a spirit herb used to concoct blood condensation realm pills. According to the sect's exchange rate, it can be exchanged for 15 contribution points, Immortal Master." Adding the 20 contribution points from before, it was exactly the price of a bottle of blood-solidifying pill. An idea occurred to Lu Ping. If it's a spirit herb used to concoct blood condensation pill, how many spirit stones can it be exchanged for? The attendant's eyes lit up. "Immortal Elder, do you have spirit herbs to refine the blood condensing pill? That stock can be exchanged for 35 contribution points. Furthermore, the sect is open to purchase them. We'll take in as many as we can. If there are more than 4 stocks, we can even add 5 contribution points to each stock." Looking at the waiter's expectant expression, Lu Ping secretly cursed the profiteer. He was not stupid, so he shook his head and said, "How could I have such good luck? I was just casually asking." The shop assistant looked disappointed. Lu Ping took out his nameplate and said, "I can only buy a bottle of blood-solidifying pills first." Seeing Lu Ping's regretful expression, the shop assistant chuckled and said, "Immortal Elder, we can also use spiritual stones to buy things here." Lu Ping perked up upon hearing this. He had been too focused on medicinal pills and forgot to be flexible, so he hurriedly asked, "How do we calculate the price if we use spirit stones?" Seeing that Lu Ping was asking anxiously, the shop assistant knew that he might be a big customer, so he said, "Immortal, please wait for a moment. I'll go call my master." After the shop assistant entered the counter, he followed a middle-aged cultivator out. The shop assistant introduced, "This is my master, his surname is Su." From the strong spiritual energy fluctuations surrounding the other party, Lu Ping knew that he was a blood condensation cultivator. He quickly went up to greet him. Junior Lu Ping greets the sect's Immortal Elder. Pavilion Master Su smiled and said, "Little brother, you want to buy blood-solidifying pills?" Lu Ping said, "Yes." "May I know the price, Immortal Elder? If it's suitable, I would like to buy more from you in the future." Pavilion Master Su said unhurriedly, "The blood-solidifying pill costs 110 spirit stones. How many do you want, little brother? Ordinary blood refining realm cultivators had a limited supply of spirit stones and cultivation resources. Even sect disciples would find it difficult to provide sufficient supply of ordinary pills, not to mention the relatively high-grade pills. Disciples with powerful backgrounds usually didn't need to purchase them here. Thus, Pavilion Master Su only came out to entertain the guests due to his duty. Seeing that Pavilion Master Su didn't seem to mind, Lu Ping thought that a blood condensation cultivator wouldn't be interested in his small business, but he still said respectfully, I need 3 bottles of blood solidifying pills every month. Because I have a mission from the sect, I only have time to rest every 3 months. Therefore, I would like to buy 9 bottles of blood solidifying pills every 3 months. Pavilion Master Su was shocked when he heard Lu Ping's purchase quantity. He looked at Lu Ping seriously and said, Little brother, you are indeed extraordinary. However, the quantity of these pills is limited, and most of them are reserved. I can only supply you with 2 bottles of blood solidifying pills every month. That's 6 bottles every 3 months. If you buy more, even I can't do anything. Lu Ping felt it was a pity. Just as he was about to agree, he suddenly remembered something and asked, Immortal Elder, do you have blood solidifying pills here? Pavilion Master Su was also stunned. I do. He pondered for a moment and said, it's a little difficult, but seeing that little brother has been buying for a long time and the quantity, I'll try to help you. I'll supply you with 1 bottle every month, but I'll have to reduce the number of blood solidifying pills by 1 bottle every month. Lu Ping was overjoyed when he heard that there were blood solidifying pills. He quickly expressed his gratitude. Pavilion Master Su was also happy that he had made a big deal. He said, 1 bottle of blood solidifying pills can be exchanged with contribution points. 1 bottle of blood solidifying pills will cost 180 spirit stones, so 3 bottles of blood solidifying pills will cost 540 spirit stones. In addition, 3 bottles of blood solidifying pills will cost 330 spirit stones. That's a total of 860 spirit stones. Little brother, just give me 850 spirit stones. After Lu Ping thanked him, the shop assistant was very efficient. In a short moment, 3 bottles of blood solidifying pills and 3 bottles of blood solidifying pills were handed over. After Lu Ping paid the spirit stones, he looked at the jade slips and magic tools that the shop assistant used to identify spirit herbs. He said, Junior might have some harvests when I go out to train. However, Junior is still young and inexperienced. There are many spirit herbs that I don't know. I wonder if Junior can make a copy of little brother's jade slips. Junior is willing to exchange them with spirit stones. Pavilion Master Su laughed and said, the jade slips our sect prepared for blood refining realm disciples are indeed a little crude. However, it also stimulates the disciples' desire to explore and use their own strength to make up for the lack of knowledge. It's just a small matter, so little brother only needs to make a copy of it. As for the spirit herbs you harvest, remember to come to our pavilion to exchange them for contribution points. We will definitely give little brother a fair price. Lu Ping repeatedly said, of course. Only then did he leave the pill store. Watching Lu Ping walking away, the shop assistant said in a low voice, 6th Grandpa, our supply of medicinal pellets will be greatly reduced. It will be very difficult to make up for it in a short period of time. What will we do if those cultivators who made reservations ask us about it? Pavilion Master Su didn't mind the shop assistant's words. He said, they wouldn't dare. A bunch of rogue cultivators only have a few dozen spirit stones to spend every month. Buying 3 to 5 medicinal pellets is enough to make their hearts ache. They even haggle endlessly over the price. How can it be as comfortable as making such a large transaction? The shop assistant thought of those aloof cultivators who, for the sake of a few spirit stones, would negotiate with a mortal like him for a long time. Often, they would even use soft words to beg. He couldn't help but shiver. Pavilion Master Su took out a list of names and casually pointed at a few names. He said to the shop assistant, "The next time these people come, tell them that the sex alchemist's cauldron exploded. The supply of medicinal pellets will be suspended for a period of time. If they don't agree, just throw them out the door." Chapter 31. After leaving the elixir sales house, Lu Ping felt both pain and happiness. He was happy that his cultivation speed would not be affected by the lack of pills, but he was sad because Lu Ping calculated that he could only afford this luxury of cultivation for about a year. Lu Ping shook his head in pain and decided to put this matter to the back of his mind for the time being. After all, he still had a year's time. All he had to do was find a way to get more spirit stones. Get spirit stones? Why not earn spirit stones? Lu Ping thought about the many things he needed to prepare for and finally decided not to dwell on these problems that made him feel like his life was in trouble. Now that he had solved his cultivation problem, he had to make some plans for his mission. During this 3-year trip to Xianqi Island, there was a high possibility that he would be stationed on a small island. Even if he was stationed on Xianqi Island, he would be tasked with cultivating and excavating spiritual materials. Regardless of which it was, he had never experienced it before. Therefore, he had to prepare in advance. Otherwise, he would suffer losses due to improper operations. Not only that, he would also have to compensate for the losses. That would be depressing. Planting spiritual grains was a mission that every disciple had to undertake. Lu Ping bought some high-quality spiritual grains from a spiritual grain shop. It was said that it could increase the yield by 2 times. 20 caddies of seeds cost Lu Ping 20 spirit stones. In a spiritual beast shop, Lu Ping bought a low-level spirit-seeking mouse that could sense spiritual energy on the surface of the earth. At a spiritual vein in Jinling, he bought some spring water that contained spiritual energy. Lu Ping decided to dilute it and use it to water spiritual grains, spiritual herbs, and other spiritual materials. Then, he bought talisman paper, spiritual ink, and other necessities that would last him for 3 months. Finally, he had prepared everything he could think of. 3 days later, the teleportation formation on Xianqi Island flashed. One by one, figures walked out of the teleportation formation. They were the 9/8 layer blood refining realm disciples from Group 7 and a few other groups. Among them were Lin Sheng from Group 1, Ling Qian from Group 14, and a few other powerful Level 3 disciples. Every small island in Jinling had a small teleportation formation that connected to nearby medium-sized islands. Because of the spirit mine on the island, Xianqi Island even had a teleportation formation that connected to Jinling Island. This showed how much importance Jinling placed on Xianqi Island. The moment Master Immortal Lu stepped out of the teleportation formation, he flew towards the pavilion in the middle of the island. Lu Ping knew that Master Immortal Lu had missed meeting Enlightened Master Chu. Ever since the small spirit mine was discovered on Xianqi Island and the battle with Xianling sect, Enlightened Master Chu had been guarding Xianqi Island. Now, with the arrival of a core forging Enlightened Master, the island had undergone a huge transformation. Other than Enlightened Master Chu, there were still 7 blood condensation realm cultivators on the island, including Master Immortal Lu who had just arrived. The atmosphere on the island was still very intense. It seemed like Xianling sect still couldn't forget about Xianqi Island. However, because of the agreement between the 2 sects, Xianling sect could only carry out some annoying harassment activities. Since there were so many blood condensation cultivators on the island, it seemed like he was going to be stationed on the island. Sure enough, the next day, Enlightened Master Chu's disciples announced their arrangements to the 20 cultivators. Other than the 4 female disciples, the rest were to be stationed on Xianqi Island. Lu Ping's luck wasn't too good. He was assigned to Huangli Island, which he had been to before. This was an island that only had one resource, spirit grains. Among the 16 islands, it was one of the poorest islands. A few of his fellow disciples came over and joked about Lu Ping's bad character. Lu Ping could only say a few self-deprecating words, which made the others feel closer to each other. When the 16 of them were about to set off, enlightened Master Chu personally appeared and warned them to focus on cultivating and managing the island. At the same time, they had to be careful of Xian Ling's sex harassment and report to Xian Qi Island's Master Immortal if anything happened. Before they left, Second Senior Du Feng walked up to Lu Ping and said softly, "Lin Sheng is Li Cheng's cousin. That's why you're going to Huangyu Island." Lu Ping was taken aback. He looked at Yao Yong and Shi Lingling, who were standing not far away. Both of them were also looking at him, and when they saw him looking over, they nodded. It seemed like the three of them were here to warn Lu Ping. Lu Ping thanked him gratefully and turned to leave. At the same time, he discreetly glanced at Lin Sheng, who was chatting with a few side hall disciples in the distance. Then, he placed the small boat mystic instrument on the sea and flew towards Huangyu Island. Looking at Lu Ping's disappearing figure, Lin Sheng turned his head with a complicated expression. Lu Ping's cultivation speed was too fast. It had only been 2 years since the competition and he had already broken through to the 9th layer. If it weren't for his cousin Li Cheng constantly asking him to teach him a lesson, Lin Sheng wouldn't have wanted to provoke such a person. Fortunately, he had obtained a blood condensation pill during the competition. In these 2 years, he had almost reached the peak of the 9th layer of blood refining realm. Once he broke through to the blood condensation realm, this Lu Ping would be a piece of cake for him. Lin Sheng had spent a lot of spirit stones this time. He had also asked the elders of his family to help him guard Huangyu Island. There was a mini spirit mine there that could produce 50 to 60 spirit stones a day. 20% of the mine's income would be close to 300 spirit stones a month. On top of that, he would receive 50 spirit stones a month from the sect and the support of his family. He would definitely be able to break through to the blood condensation realm in a short time. Actually, Lu Ping was a little depressed. Anyone would feel bad after being schemed against, even though Lu Ping had no intention of going to a better place. Lu Ping had long known that disciples would definitely bribe the immortals in charge of the missions in order to get a better job. It wasn't that Lu Ping didn't understand, it was just that he didn't want to. With his wealth, he could definitely get a good island to guard with just a few hundred spirit stones. However, Lu Ping had always had a subconscious self-concealment. He didn't want others to know more about him. Lu Ping had always wanted to keep a low profile, but Lin Sheng's actions had actually helped Lu Ping achieve his goal. Lu Ping, who was relieved, remembered that the immortal assigned Lin Sheng to Huangyu Island. Although Huangyu Island and Huangli Island were quite far apart, this was mainly because Lu Ping's Huangli Island was too remote. Compared to other islands, these 2 islands were the closest. Thinking about the mini spirit stone mine on Huangyu Island, Lu Ping felt an itch in his heart. Why don't I be honest for once? I'm just returning the favor, not doing something that goes against my heart. In terms of understanding of Xian Qi Island Sea region, even enlightened Master Chu might not be as familiar as him. Just as Lu Ping was thinking about how to scheme for the spirit stone mine on Huangyu Island, an island in the distance appeared before Lu Ping's eyes. This would be the place where he would work, live, and fight for the next 3 years. From now on, he was the island lord of Huangli Island. Chapter 32. Huangli Island was actually a very large miniature island. Although islands with a radius of about 10 miles were generally called miniature islands, the term around was not accurate. Huangli Island was one such island. It was about 20 miles in radius, with a slightly higher hill in the middle. On top of the hill was a lush forest. 2 small rivers flowed from the forest, one in the northeast, and the other in the southeast, into the sea. Around the hill was relatively flat land. The soil here was fertile, and it was a food-growing area for mortals on the island. Especially on the east side of the island, the land between the 2 rivers was the smoothest. Because of the abundant water source, there was a large amount of farmland here. The population on the west side of the island was relatively small, and there weren't many farmlands either. However, there were many fruit trees here. There was also a natural harbor here, where the fishermen anchored their fishing boats. The islanders even chopped wood here, transported it down the hill, and made it into fishing boats. Every year, the harvest was quite good. Lu Ping's arrival was only notified to the islanders' leaders, and he settled down at the place where the Xianling disciples were stationed. When the islanders heard that Master Immortal Lu, who helped them fend off the sea beast and saved many fishermen, had become the island's resident immortal, they were very happy. They thought that Master Immortal Lu was not as arrogant as the other elders, and that he was kind-hearted to help the islanders. On the same day, many islanders made gifts from their families, filling up the place where Lu Ping lived. This touched Lu Ping greatly. The islanders' simplicity and kindness made Lu Ping determined to do something for them in the next 3 years. After settling down, Lu Ping cultivated and did his routine patrols every day. He also started to manage his small base for the next 3 years. Lu Ping first checked the spiritual fields on the island. The 5 acres of spiritual fields were divided into 7 areas on the island. The spiritual fields were in good condition, and the scattered spiritual veins underground were also stable. It was clear that the Xianling disciples had taken good care of the spiritual fields. After all, the spiritual fields were the only cultivation resource on the island. Spiritual grains were the main food for blood refining and blood condensation cultivators who didn't abstain from eating. The spiritual energy contained in the grains was helpful in cultivating and transforming the body, especially this kind of daily food. The effects were subtle. Lu Ping used the spirit-urging art on the seeds of the spiritual grains he bought, planted them in the spiritual fields, and covered them with a thin layer of soil. Then, he took out a jade bottle and floated it above the spirit field. Lu Ping made a hand seal, and the jade bottle sprayed out a misty water mist, which just happened to envelop the spirit field. It was as if there was a drizzle in the spirit field. After being nourished by the diluted spirit spring water, the spirit field immediately felt full of vitality. This jade bottle was really a good item. This low-level artifact was obtained by Lu Ping from killing the cultivators of the Cultivators Sharing Union in the forest in the side courtyard. Although it had some defensive and offensive functions, Lu Ping discovered that this artifact was actually a container with a spatial attribute. Its biggest advantage was that it could store large amounts of spiritual liquid inside and prevent the spiritual qi from dissipating. The diluted spirit spring water Lu Ping stored in the jade bottle was just enough to irrigate 5 mu of the spirit field. This saved Lu Ping from wasting his arcane energy to cast spells like the art of gathering clouds and transforming rain. Lu Ping clapped his hands in satisfaction and ordered the nearby islanders to help take care of the spirit field. The spiritual qi contained in the spirit fields had been enhanced by the mist of the spirit spring water, so the mortals would be able to take care of the fields regularly. Their bodies would become healthier and less sick. Amidst the gratitude of the mortals, Lu Ping finished planting the spiritual grains. The second thing Lu Ping did was to set up 4 sets of top-grade mother-child warning talismans several hundred zhang around his cultivation area. They were used to monitor the safety of the island and ensure that he had a comfortable cultivation environment. It would be great if he had a formation. Unfortunately, he hadn't reached the blood condensation realm yet. Without cultivating his divine sense, even if he set up a formation, he wouldn't be able to use it. Even if he forced himself to use it, there wouldn't be much effect. Moreover, a set of formation required a large amount of spirit stones. The amount of spirit stones Lu Ping had wouldn't be enough. The third thing was to release the spirit-seeking mouse that had recognized its master. It would run all over Huangli Island, hoping that it would be able to find some spiritual land and use it to open up a spiritual field. Of course, it would be even better if it could find other situations. After doing these 3 things, Lu Ping's life became regular. Every day, he would have a fixed time to cultivate, then he would patrol and manage the spirit field. The rest of the time, he would either refine talismans or follow the fishermen out to the sea. When he was in the mood, he would hunt a few sea beasts to satisfy his cravings. However, most of the time, it was to increase the fishermen's catch. Moreover, with Lu Ping following them, their safety was guaranteed. This made the fishermen very grateful, and they would often send the islanders' delicacies to Lu Ping. Lu Ping hadn't abstained from eating. Even if he did, Lu Ping wouldn't skip meals. Delicious food was a form of enjoyment, how could he give up on it? Eating spirit grains every day was too monotonous. Unfortunately, the sea beasts weren't the sea demon beasts and didn't know how to cultivate. Otherwise, he could earn some extra income. The sea demon beasts were just sea beasts that knew how to refine their blood but didn't have intelligence. Only when they reached the blood condensation realm and gained intelligence could they be considered as part of the demon race. Only then could they be considered as a race similar to humans. The peaceful days always flew by quickly. 3 months had passed by quickly. The spirit-seeking mouse had almost searched every corner of the island, but it didn't find any place where spirit energy gathered. This made Lu Ping a little disappointed. The feeling of sitting around and eating away everything was not good. It gave Lu Ping a sense of crisis. The only thing that made Lu Ping feel gratified was that his cultivation didn't slow down even though he was far away from the spirit vein. Perhaps it was because of the free and unfettered life in this period of time that Lu Ping's mind was calm and peaceful. With a sufficient supply of medicinal pellets, Lu Ping's cultivation steadily increased. When the day of harvest arrived, Lu Ping's mood finally improved a little. The 20 spirit stones worth of good seeds really lived up to its name. Moreover, under the careful irrigation of Lu Ping's spirit spring water, the output of the spirit grains had reached 130 caddies per mu. Since the Jinling only collected a fixed amount of spirit grains regardless of the harvest, other than the fixed 400 caddies of spirit grains, the remaining 100 caddies of bonus and 150 caddies of extra harvest were Lu Ping's private property. In any case, it was still more than 80 spirit stones. In addition to the 60 spirit stones monthly subsidy, and all the high, middle, and low-grade charms that he drew in the past 3 months, he would still be able to earn more than 200 spirit stones after selling them. In this way, he only earned 450 spirit stones in 3 months. In the eyes of other cultivators of the same level, this was already very good. However, when Lu Ping thought about the 3 months he spent on medicinal pellets, he used up 3 bottles of blood solidifying pills and 3 bottles of blood vigor pills. He also needed to add on 3 bottles of blood essence pills to make up for the 2 types of medicinal pellets. In total, he spent almost 1,000 spirit stones, and this didn't include the miscellaneous items that he normally spent on cultivation. Just thinking about it made Lu Ping's head hurt. Spirit stones, he must find a way to get spirit stones. At this time, Lu Ping didn't care about how he expressed his desire for spirit stones. Chapter 33. Lu Ping waited for his replacement cultivator to return to Xianqi Island. He handed over 400 caddies of spirit grains and reported the situation on Huangli Island to a blood condensation realm Master Immortal. That was all. Afterwards, he paid a visit to Master Immortal Lu and asked him some questions about cultivation. Master Immortal Lu answered every question in detail, no matter how big or small, which made Lu Ping very grateful. Master Immortal Lu was a very decent person. He was fair to all his disciples. As long as they worked hard and made progress, he would give them unexpected rewards. Even though the rewards were small, it was enough to surprise them. He knew when to provide the most appropriate help. Lu Ping was able to become the 3rd strongest disciple in Group 7 because of Master Immortal Lu's secret protection. Otherwise, how could an orphan like Lu Ping be able to suppress Li Cheng, who came from a cultivator family? After that, Lu Ping told the other returning martial brothers of Group 7 about what had happened in the past 3 months. After that, they all received the sect's subsidies. For example, Lu Ping received 180 spirit stones for 3 months and 20 caddies of spirit grain seeds. Of course, Lu Ping wouldn't use them, but he couldn't let them go to waste either. It would be a waste if he didn't take them. Just like that, 1/3 of the 3-day holiday was over. On the 2nd day, everyone teleported to the nearest mid-sized island, Kuan Island, to buy cultivation supplies. Lu Ping could only spend more spirit stones to teleport back to True Soul Side Hall to buy pills. Fortunately, there were still a few people who needed to go back to True Soul Side Hall to deal with some matters. Everyone shared the cost, so they didn't have much spirit stones left. After buying pills, spirit spring water, talisman paper, spirit ink, and various talismans, they hurried back to Xian Qi Island and rested for a night. On the third day, everyone said their goodbyes and returned to their respective islands. As soon as they returned, the spirit-seeking mouse, Debeo, came out of nowhere and crawled up his pants to his hand. It then squeaked as if it had done something important. Lu Ping's face lit up. He took out a spirit beast pill made from spirit grains from his spirit beast pouch and rewarded it to Debeo. Then he said, "Did Debeo find a spirit gathering place? Bring me there to have a look." After Debeo had finished swallowing the medicine, his small head nodded up and down extremely quickly. Then, like a wisp of smoke, he jumped down from Lu Ping's hand and ran outside. Lu Ping followed Debeo towards the east side of Huangli Island. Lu Ping couldn't help but feel a little strange. Most of the spiritual fields on the island were located at the bottom of the small hill on the island. Moreover, there were 5 spiritual fields in the mountain forest on the west side of the island. The east side had been developed much earlier. If there were spiritual fields, they would have discovered it long ago. When he arrived at his destination, Lu Ping finally understood what was going on. It was precisely because the east was developed early that irrigation was convenient. Most of the paddy fields had a higher yield, so it was muddy all year round. In the past, the Master Immortals stationed on the island had a preconceived notion that this place was the first to be developed and had already been surveyed by others. Secondly, the Master Immortals really couldn't put down their pride to come to this kind of muddy pond. Thus, this spirit gathering place became dark under the lamp. Lu Ping carefully examined this spirit gathering place. He discovered that this place could be developed into a spiritual field that was about 1 mu in size. According to the usual practice, this spiritual field didn't need to be reported before his 3-year mission ended. In other words, before he left, this 1 mu of spiritual field would be his private spiritual field. Overjoyed, Lu Ping took out a leftover blood enhancement pill from his storage pouch. This was a type of pill suitable for 4th or 5th layer blood refining realm cultivators. He tossed it to Debeo. Debeo didn't have any spiritual intelligence at all. Seeing that it was a gift from its master, it grabbed the pill and bit it. When Lu Ping reacted, he only managed to snatch half of the pill from Debeo's mouth. After swallowing the other half, Debeo splashed into the muddy pond and fainted. Putting Debeo's tragic experience aside, Lu Ping suddenly felt that there was finally a little surprise in his life. Therefore, he happily turned this 1 mu of cement pond into a spiritual field. Together with the previous 5 mu of spiritual field, he planted the spiritual grains. Life seemed to have returned to the same old routine for the past 3 months. Lu Ping, who was originally immersed in cultivation, suddenly thought of something. He thought of Lin Sheng on Huangyu Island. Lu Ping fell into Lin Sheng's trap and came to Huangli Island to plant spiritual grains. Meanwhile, he hired people to dig for spiritual stones on Huangyu Island. He didn't even need to lift a finger to get 300 spiritual stones every month. Lu Ping had a detailed map of this sea area. Moreover, he had personally killed people on Huangyu Island to seize the island. Naturally, he knew the area very well. When he returned to Xian Qi Island, he secretly heard from his fellow disciples that the spiritual stones on Huangyu Island were delivered to him every 10 days. Perhaps it was because Xian Ling's sect wanted to keep the secret of the spiritual stone mine. But Jinling didn't need to keep it a secret. Moreover, he had a core forging expert on his side. Naturally, he didn't need to worry. It was almost the end of the month, and it was a cloudy day. Lu Ping exclaimed in his heart, "Even the heavens are helping me." After saying that, he took out a few different items from his interspatial pouch. There were bottles, artifacts, talismans, and a set of Xianling sect's outer disciples' uniform. Lu Ping actually kept the Xianling sect disciples' uniform that he used to rob Huang Yu Island and Huangli Island the last time he attacked Xianqi Island. The sky gradually darkened. Lu Ping had been hiding on Huang Yu Island for an entire day. He had already used 3 invisibility talismans, but Lin Xing still stayed in the cultivation room on the island. It seemed like Lu Ping wasn't the only one who was working hard. Lin Sheng was a few months younger than Lu Ping, but he had entered the 9th layer blood refining realm 2 years earlier than Lu Ping. He was probably preparing to advance to the blood condensation realm by now. Just as Lu Ping was lost in his thoughts, one of the top-grade warning talismans on him vibrated. Lin Sheng walked towards the mine. It was still drizzling. Lu Ping let out a long sigh. Even the heavens aren't on your side. Through the talisman, Lu Ping knew that Lin Sheng was less than 100 feet away from him. Lu Ping slowly channeled his arcane energy into the jade bottle. A mist slowly rose from the jade bottle. Gradually, the mist became denser and denser. Gradually, it merged with the drizzling rain and became a part of it. Then, along with a slight breeze, the mist slowly drifted towards Lin Sheng's direction. Lin Sheng walked towards the mine. Today was the last day of the month. It was also the day when the miners would receive their spirit stones. Although the deadline for handing in spirit stones had changed to once a month, Lin Sheng still came every 5 days to prevent the miners from embezzling spirit stones and to ensure the safety of the spirit stones. Lin Sheng, who was only 1 step away from the peak of the 9th level, was in a good mood. Once he reached the blood condensation realm, he would be able to become an inner disciple of Junling. Before that, he had received the treatment of an inner disciple because of the competition. However, he had not reached the blood condensation realm, so he was not an official inner disciple. As he got closer and closer to the mine, the rain was a little strange. Why was it so sticky when it landed on his body? If only he was in the blood condensation realm. The rain wouldn't even touch his body before it was blocked by his arcane energy. The wind was also strange. The treetops in the distance were all facing west. It was obviously an east wind. Lin Sheng was walking towards the northeast, so why was the wind blowing from the front? Suddenly, Lin Sheng shivered. Only now did he realize that there was a hint of sweetness in the air. He hadn't noticed it for so long. Someone was plotting against him. Who is it? Show yourself. Lin Sheng roared. Chapter 34. Lin Sheng's angry roar made him dizzy. The purpose of the descending spirit powder was to isolate the connection between the cultivator and the spiritual energy, and to temporarily weaken the bloodline power in the body, reducing the cultivator's arcane energy. Of course, this despicable method was only effective against blood-refining realm cultivators. Unfortunately, Lin Sheng was in this category. A black flying dagger pierced through the fine curtain of rain, like a ghost in the darkness, aiming for Lin Sheng's chest. Lin Sheng shouted, and a mid-grade flying sword knocked the flying dagger far away. When Lin Sheng's flying sword and the flying dagger collided, another flying sword followed closely behind, aiming for Lin Sheng's neck. Lin Sheng grunted, and a handkerchief suddenly unfolded, wrapping around the flying sword, and carried it in another direction. It was another mid-grade mystic instrument. The 2 mid-grade mystic instruments were on the verge of collapsing, and suddenly, a gust of cold wind hit the back of Lin Sheng's head. Unable to react in time, Lin Sheng finally fainted on the ground. Before he fainted, his only thought was to control 3 mystic instruments at the same time. This person's cultivation must be at the peak of 9th layer blood refining realm. What he didn't know was that Lu Ping was actually controlling a 4th mystic instrument. The jade bottle kept spewing descending spirit powder in the air, and at the same time, Lu Ping was also controlling the breeze spell, blowing it slowly at him. Lu Ping suppressed the excitement in his heart, and expressionlessly cast an illusion technique on his face. He slowly walked forward, took Lin Xing's storage bag and the bag of spirit stones, and then took the jade bottle. He poured a few mouthfuls of the descending spirit powder into Lin Xing's mouth. This way, Lin Xing would only wake up after noon tomorrow, and he would only be able to fully recover his strength the day after tomorrow. Lu Ping didn't even bother looking at the two interspatial pouches. He simply stuffed the contents into his own interspatial pouch and destroyed the two interspatial pouches. When Lu Ping arrived at the mine, he saw a few miners already waiting at the entrance. Without saying a word, he threatened them to take all the spirit stones they had mined in the past 10 days. Then, he looked around the rest of the island and took all the spirit grains from the only 2 or 3 spirit fields, which added up to about 1 mu. He also found a low-grade spirit gathering praying mat in Lin Xing's cultivation room. This was a good item. It was actually a type of formation disc. Cultivating for a long time would help to gather and absorb spirit energy and speed up cultivation. He wouldn't even trade a high-grade Dharma artifact for this praying mat. Lu Ping thought to himself that he was indeed a rich man, but his face became calmer and calmer as he thought about what he had missed out. After leaving Huang Yu Island, Lu Ping quickly steered the small boat towards the southwest direction. After traveling for about 100 miles, he turned east and headed towards his own Huangli Island. Before he turned around, Lu Ping suddenly remembered something. He took off his Xianling sect disciple clothes and burned them with a fire. Then, he jumped into the sea and washed himself thoroughly. Then, he put all the items in his storage bag except for the spirit stones into another storage bag and hid it in a submerged reef. After making a mark, he hurried back to Huangli Island. Then, as if nothing had happened, he continued to live his regular rural life. Just like that, 7 days passed. On this day, Lu Ping finally saw the Master Immortal who came to investigate. The Master Immortal who came to Huangli Island was Master Immortal Shang, the one who assigned tasks to Lu Ping and the rest. Lu Ping hurried forward to greet Master Immortal Shang and asked, "Master Immortal, what orders do you have for me?" Master Immortal Shang looked at Lu Ping's calm and curious expression. It didn't seem fake, but he still asked sternly, "Where did you go 7 days ago?" Lu Ping was startled and hurriedly replied in a flustered manner, "7 days ago? I've been on the island all this time." This. Master Immortal Shang, did I do something wrong? Master Immortal Shang looked at Lu Ping's fearful expression and pretended to calm down. Very good. These days, Xianling sect's harassment has become more frequent. Did you find anything here? Lu Ping shook his head and said, "No, it's been peaceful here all this time." I didn't find anything. Master Immortal Shang tried a few more times but didn't find anything. Finally, he let go of his suspicions and said, "Do you know Lin Xing from Huangyu Island? 7 days ago, he was knocked unconscious by a Xianling sect disciple and everything on him was taken away. What a disgrace." This time, Immortal Master Shang was truly enraged. The Lin family could be considered to be on friendly terms with him. This time, he had taken care of Lin Xing and assigned him to the most profitable island. Yet, he had made such a huge mistake. His entire Lin family had become a laughing stock, and he himself had lost all face. He didn't even know that the descending spirit powder had been blown into his mouth. Why didn't he just die? At least this way, he could still stimulate his Jinling bloodthirst. Master Immortal Shang thought about how the Lin clan's blood condensation expert had invited him to track down the murderer. However, the rain had covered up too many traces, and it was already 6 days after the incident. In the end, he had chased in the direction of Xianling sect for tens of miles, but there were still no clues. Forget it, I'll stay away from the Lin clan in the future, lest I become a laughing stock. Master Immortal Shang gritted his teeth at the thought of the strange atmosphere on Xianqi Island these few days. Only spiritual Master Chu didn't have any scruples. After knowing what had happened, he laughed for the time it took to drink a cup of tea. His laughter could be heard from tens of miles around Xianqi Island. Lu Ping didn't know that Master Immortal Shang had gone through so many thoughts in that split second. He was dumbfounded and said, "Rob, Rob." Master Immortal Shang looked at the funny expression on Lu Ping's face and felt even more embarrassed. Indeed, 10 out of 10 cases would be treated as murder, but the other party only cared about robbing. That kid might as well be dead. In the end, Master Immortal Shang only gave a few random instructions to be careful of Xian Ling's sect and left quickly. Lu Ping felt that the warning talisman in his sleeve had lost its ability to sense Master Immortal Shang. Finally, he couldn't hold back his laughter anymore. Although Lu Ping didn't have spiritual Master Chu's aura, it still baffled the islanders who lived nearby. Another 3-month vacation was over. When Lu Ping returned to Xianqi Island, he found out that after he knocked Lin Xing out, Lin Xing only woke up the next day and recovered his arcane energy on the 3rd day. However, the worst part was that Lu Ping had robbed him so thoroughly that he didn't even leave behind a single spirit stone. Lin Xing didn't have the arcane energy of a 9th-layer blood-refining realm cultivator, but he didn't have any artifacts or talismans for him to fly across. Although he had the ability to float on water, Huangyu Island was more than 200 miles away from Xianqi Island. Floating on water could be used to cross a river, but crossing the sea was a joke. Anxious to report to Xianqi Island, Lin Xing had no choice but to order the fishermen on the island to take him to Xianqi Island. As the saying goes, when the boat is broken, the wolf will appear. It was a stormy season and the fishing boat lost its way in the dark of the night. It drifted on the sea for 4 days until Xianqi Island had not received the tribute from Huangyu Island. Only then did they realize that something had happened. When the blood condensation realm Master Immortal returned, another day had passed. He brought back Lin Xing, who had been drifting on the sea for 4 days, and a funny story. What happened next was just as Lu Ping had guessed. In the end, Lin Xing became the laughingstock of Xianqi Island. After that, the Lin family was furious. They sent a blood condensation realm expert to invite Master Immortal Shang to track down the culprit, but to no avail. In the end, they blamed the matter on Xian Ling's sect. Chapter 35. After replenishing his cultivation supplies for the next 3 months, Lu Ping heard from Shilingling that Dikuan Island's market was going to hold an auction for blood-refining realm disciples in half a year's time. He decided to go and have a look at what he didn't need. His cultivation schedule had been too tight recently, so it was time to take a look at what he got from Lin Xing. About 100 miles southwest of Huangyu Island, on the reefs of the sea, a magic artifact that looked like a carriage flew over from afar. When the carriage stopped, 4 cultivators wearing Xian Ling's sect's disciple robes jumped out. One of them, who seemed to be in his mid-20s, said, "We can't go any further north. If we go any further, we'll be in Jinling's territory." The youngest of the 4, a boy around 16 or 17 years old, asked, "Senior Marshal Brother Qiao, has Jinling gone mad? He just took over our Xianqi Island, and recently, he's been going overboard. Blood condensation realm cultivators are constantly appearing in our waters. Are they planning to invade our island?" A female cultivator beside Senior Marshal Brother Qiao giggled and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Zhou, Jinling was only able to take over Xianqi Island because he was lucky. Otherwise, with our Xian Ling sect's #1 strength in the Northern Sea, why would we be afraid of Jinling? Besides, we have thousands of islands, so what if we lose one? Just treat it as a reward to Jinling." Senior Marshal Brother Qiao glanced at the female cultivator beside him and said, "We can't be careless. This time, we were sent to patrol the sea. Although we didn't understand Jinling's recent movements, we accidentally discovered 3 Jinling cultivators wandering around the nearby waters. They seemed to be looking for something." Just as Senior Marshal Brother Qiao finished speaking, a streak of light flew over from the direction of Huangli Island. A short cultivator landed beside the 4 of them. When Senior Marshal Brother Qiao saw Junior Marshal Brother Minor Repairs, he quickly asked, "Junior Marshal Brother Yin, did you find out what those 3 are doing?" Junior Marshal Brother Yin nodded his head and said, "They should have found a cultivator's cave." The three of them stopped at an island 50 kilometers south of Huangli Island. They haven't found the exact location of the cave yet, but the three of them should have run out of supplies and will return to Jinling to replenish their supplies. They agreed to explore in 3 days. Senior brother Qiao asked again, how are their cultivations? Junior Marshal Brother Yin said, 2 9th layer blood refining realm cultivators and 1 8th layer blood refining realm cultivator. All three of them have mystic artifacts. Let's do it. The only cultivator behind Senior Marshal Brother Qiao who hadn't spoken yet fiercely said. Senior Marshal Brother Qiao pondered for a moment and agreed, among the 5 of us, 4 of us have reached the 9th layer blood refining realm, and we all have mystic instruments with us. It shouldn't be a problem for us to take down the 3 of them. The cultivator behind Senior Marshal Brother Qiao continued, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Let them help us find the cave abode before we make our move. The female cultivator also added, the day after tomorrow, we'll have to set up an ambush on the reef. Finally, Senior Marshal Brother Qiao said, let's end the battle quickly. That place is not far from Huangli Island, and it'll be troublesome if we attract the cultivators stationed there. After discussing their plan, the group returned to the carriage and flew towards Xianling sect. Not long after the 5 of them left, a splash suddenly appeared on a reef, and Lu Ping flew up from it. Initially, Lu Ping was here to retrieve the storage bag containing Lin Sheng's belongings, but he didn't expect to run into Xianling sect's disciples plotting against his own. He didn't expect that there would be such a treasure in the area under his jurisdiction. No matter what, he had to get a share of the loot. Lu Ping looked at the invisibility talisman and spirit sealing talisman he had used to hide himself. He gritted his teeth and flew towards Huangli Island, counting his spoils first. After Lu Ping flew away, a giant snake's head suddenly rose from the calm sea, looking in the direction Lu Ping flew to. The snake's forked tongue flickered in and out of its mouth like a sword, as if it was trying to identify the scent of Xianling sect disciples and Lu Ping. A moment later, the giant snake's head slowly sank into the sea, disappearing without a trace. It seemed like Jinling and the Lin family had not only alerted Xianling sect, but also alerted the sea demons because of Lin Sheng. The culprit of all this, Lu Ping, still had no idea that he had become someone else's oriole. At this moment, Lu Ping couldn't wait to count Lin Sheng's belongings. Lu Ping's excitement didn't diminish even after 2 months of cold storage. Looking at the pile of items in the cultivation room, Lu Ping was in a good mood. The 2 mid-grade mystic instruments that Lin Sheng used to fight Lu Ping, a flying sword and a handkerchief, were naturally in Lu Ping's pocket. There was also a mid-grade flying sword that was specially used for flying. This flying sword was a flying mystic instrument and didn't have any attack power. There were also 2 low-grade mystic instruments, one for offense and one for defense. They should be Lin Sheng's backup mystic instruments, so Lu Ping naturally didn't want them. Lin Sheng used 6 bottles of blood-solidifying pills for cultivation. Lu Ping was pleasantly surprised and envious. Lin Sheng was indeed a descendant of an aristocratic family. Moreover, Lin Sheng was the Lin family's genius. Not only did he have enough elixirs for cultivation, but the quality was also very high. Lu Ping was worried that he would have to use blood essence pills for cultivation for 1 month out of every 3 months. Now, for the rest of the year, he could use blood solidifying pills and blood vigor pills for cultivation. There were also some elixirs that could restore magic power and heal various injuries. They were also of high quality. It could be seen that the Lin family had invested a lot in Lin Sheng. The spirit stone mine produced 1,300 to 400 spirit stones a month. Lin Sheng himself had 500 spirit stones on him, so he had saved up for 2 months of cultivation expenses. Although the harvest was huge, the blood-condensing pills and the spirit herbs needed to concoct blood-condensing pills that Lu Ping had hoped to obtain were not available. Lu Ping also knew that there wasn't much hope, but he had been hoping for the slightest chance. Even though Lin Sheng had obtained the blood-condensing pill as a reward in the competition, this reward was usually controlled by the leading immortal. It would only be given out when a disciple was preparing to break through. This was to prevent others from coveting it. As far as Lu Ping knew, Yao Yong and Du Feng, who had obtained the blood-condensing pills, had asked Master Immortal Lu and the others to look after them. Lu Ping didn't care about the other miscellaneous items. Only 2 jade scrolls piqued Lu Ping's interest. One of the jade scrolls was called Alchemy Basics. It explained the basic knowledge of alchemy. Ever since Lu Ping had been troubled by the problem of cultivating elixirs, he had thought of learning alchemy on his own more than once. That way, he wouldn't have to be controlled by others. However, Jinling's requirements for alchemists were strict. Alchemists were also very careful about their own confidentiality. The art of alchemy itself was a huge and rigorous system. In addition, alchemists had to waste a lot of cultivation resources to improve their alchemy skills. For Lu Ping, this was something he couldn't afford. The Alchemy Basics Jade Scroll introduced the basic knowledge of alchemy in detail. It even included a few blood refining realm cultivation elixirs. However, they were all ordinary elixirs. Lu Ping no longer used these elixirs to cultivate, but it was a necessary practice for him to learn alchemy. The second Jade Scroll recorded a secret technique called blood sacrifice art. This secret technique involved refining an artifact with one's own blood and detonating it during battle. When it was still a low-grade artifact, the power of the explosion was equivalent to a full-force attack from a blood condensation realm expert. However, this secret technique not only consumed the cultivator's blood that contained magic energy, but it also required the destruction of the artifact. It could be said that killing 1,000 enemies came with 800 casualties. Chapter 36. This nameless reef island was located 50 kilometers south of Huangli Island. 3 days later, 3 streaks of light flew over from the west and landed on the reef. The newcomers were 2 women and 1 man, all wearing the robes of Jinling's disciples. Lu Ping actually recognized all 3 of them. The red-clothed woman was Hu Lily, who had traded a large number of top-grade blood talismans with Lu Ping after the trade fair. The green-clothed woman was the outer sect disciple Lu Ping had traded a low-grade magic tool, the copper mirror, with the copper mirror. At the time, she was still a 3rd-rank Jinling disciple. The honest-looking man with the lowest cultivation was the one who had traded a piece of black iron for Lu Ping's wolf tooth club magic tool at the trade fair. The 3 of them had actually come together. Lu Ping, who had been lying in ambush for almost 2 days with an invisibility talisman and spirit-sealing talisman, was slightly surprised. The green-clothed woman looked around and said to the red-clothed woman, "Sister Lily, this should be correct. We've already been searching the sea for 2 months." Hu Lily smiled and said, "It should be correct. Before this, I spent several months looking through many jade slips before I was able to confirm that it was in this region of the sea." The honest-looking man behind her said, "Hee, it would be great if it really was cultivator Xing Tao's cave. 100 years ago, he was a somewhat famous alchemist in the Northern Sea. It would be best if there were blood-condensing pills inside." Hu Lily glared at him and said, "Niu Dazhuang, don't always think of good things. 100 years have passed. Who knows what's left inside? Who knows, someone might have already taken it." Niu Dazhuang chuckled and said no more. The green-clothed woman said, "Brother Dazhuang, there might be a protective formation in front of the cave. Later, we might have to use Brother Dazhuang's magic tool to break the formation." Niu Dazhuang thumped his chest loudly and said, "No problem. It's not like you haven't seen my magic tool before. Although it's a low-grade magic tool, its attack power is definitely not below that of a mid-grade magic tool. I exchanged a piece of dark steel for it." When Hu Lily heard Niu Dazhuang mention the matter of the trade fair, she also said, "Speaking of that Lu Ping, I also exchanged dozens of best-quality talismans with him after the trade fair for the sake of this adventure. This person's skill in crafting talismans is very high, and he's also an expert among the 3rd-grade disciples. If it weren't for the fact that we don't know his background, inviting him to join us would also be a good idea." Hu Lili suddenly thought of something and said to the green-clothed woman, Zheng Jia, didn't you also make a deal with him? The green-clothed woman, Zheng Jia, pursed her lips and said, that guy is a miser. He took advantage of the magic tool we traded with him. As Hu Lili walked, she looked at the surrounding terrain. Hearing this, she smiled and didn't say anything. However, she suddenly stopped and took out a shabby map from her storage pouch to compare with the surrounding environment. It's here. The group of rocks on the east side is actually an illusion of an array formation. Behind the array formation is cultivator Sheng Tao's cave abode, Hu Lili said with certainty. De Zhuang, go up and use your Dharma artifact to hit this reef. Hearing this, Niu Dazhuang said, okay. He spat on his palm and rubbed his hands together. He took out a mace from his storage pouch and waved it. With a loud shout, he smashed it on a reef. Strangely, although the reef was smashed, there was no sound. The whole group of rocks suddenly trembled and then quieted down. After a while, the reef that was smashed by Niu Dazhuang flashed and was restored to its original state. It really is a rock formation. The formation is intact, which means that no one has entered it. Later, everyone listen to my command. We'll break this formation. Hu Lili unexpectedly had a good understanding of formations. Hearing that the cave mansion was intact, Zheng Jia and Niu Dazhuang were very excited. Hu Lili carefully observed the group of rocks in front of her, and her face suddenly lit up. She raised her hands, and 8 top-quality blood talismans flew towards 8 rocks of different sizes. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Several loud noises resounded, and the 8 rocks exploded into pieces. The group of rocks shook for a while. Hu Lili carefully observed, and sure enough, she found 4 rocks that didn't shake. She raised her hands again, and 4 more blood talismans appeared. Hu Lili let out a long breath and said, all right. Without someone controlling the formation, there are fewer changes. After 100 years, it has lost most of its power. I've temporarily taken control of the formation. We just need to smash the remaining rocks. Niu Dazhuang and Zheng Jia cheered. The 2 of them used their magic tools and Hu Lili to smash the rocks. It took the 3 of them 2 hours to sweep away all the rocks. At this time, a cave mansion appeared in front of them. The 3 of them were excited and walked towards the entrance. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A silver needle artifact silently pierced towards Hu Lili's back. By the time Hu Lili realized it, she only had time to send out 2 blood talismans to block the silver needle. However, the needle-shaped artifact was able to restrain the protection of spells and the like. Hu Lili tried her best to dodge, but she still felt a sharp pain on her shoulder. Blood spurted out from her mouth. Her shoulder was pierced through. When Zheng Jia and Niu Dazhuang came back to their senses, they were both shocked and furious. They quickly took out their magic tools and protected Hu Lili. Zheng Jia shouted, "Who is it? Come out!" A burst of arrogant laughter was heard. A few dozen feet behind them, there was a fluctuation of arcane energy. 5 cultivators wearing Xian Ling sex robes appeared. Obviously, they also used some kind of invisibility spell. However, the fluctuation of arcane energy just now told Lu Ping that it wasn't an invisibility spell or an invisibility talisman. It should be a magic tool specially used for invisibility. When the 3 of them saw that it was Xian Ling sect's disciples, their faces changed. They didn't have the time to ask how they were discovered. The 5 Xian Ling sect disciples obviously didn't want to give them a chance to ask questions. 5 mystic tools attacked from 5 different directions. Hu Lili quickly treated her injuries and controlled a low-grade flying sword to defend against the 5 attacks with the other 2 disciples. Whether it was cultivation or numbers, Jinling, Niu Dazhuang were at a disadvantage. Moreover, Hu Lili was seriously injured. Lu Ping looked at the situation in front of him. He was considering if he should help them secretly so that the 3 of them could escape. After all, they were all disciples of the same sect and had some friendship with each other. And, it would be best if I can injure 2 or 3 of the Xianling sect disciples at the same time. That way, I can reap the benefits. Just as Lu Ping was looking for an opportunity to strike, a new change occurred on the battlefield. Knowing that they were in danger, Jinling, Niu Dazhuang, and Niu Dazhuang even used his injuries to smash junior brother Zhou, who had the lowest cultivation, causing him to vomit blood. Hu Lili was quick-witted. While the Xianling sect disciples were panicking because of junior brother Zhou's injuries, she raised her hand and threw 3 talismans at the short junior brother Yin. Junior brother Yin was already distracted because of junior brother Zhou's injuries. When he saw the 3 talismans turning into 3 fireballs flying towards him, he knew that they were top-grade blood talismans and panicked again. Junior brother Yin barely managed to block the 3 fireballs with his magic tool, but before he could catch his breath, a flying sword flew towards him, and one of his arms was detached from his body. Zheng Jia, who was in charge of defending, was already bleeding from the 3 Xianling sect disciples' magic tool attacks. She was barely holding on. When the Xianling sect disciples saw that they had the upper hand, but 2 of their disciples were seriously injured, they were humiliated into anger. They gave up on the game of cat and mouse and attacked frantically. Jinling, Niu Dazhuang, and Niu Dazhuang tried their best to defend, but they were still seriously injured. They were in a precarious situation. Just as Lu Ping was about to help them, a frightening sizzling sound came from the sea. Not far away, a huge sea serpent, more than 10 zhang long and as thick as a water bucket, slowly rose from the sea. Chapter 37. A huge sea serpent instantly appeared on the battlefield. Waves of palpitating pressure clearly told everyone that this was a blood condensation realm demonic beast. Lu Ping looked at the sudden change in the battlefield in fear. He was so frightened that he lay motionlessly in his hiding spot. Hu Lili held on to Niu Dazhuang, who was on the verge of breaking down. Ignoring the injury on her shoulder, she used her other arm to cover Zheng Jie's mouth, who was on the verge of screaming. When the 5 Xianling sect disciples saw the sea snake, senior marshal brother Qiao, who was the first to react, screamed, "Run!" He was the first to run towards the sea. The other 4 also chose a direction to run in. Lu Ping saw the disdain in the sea snake's eyes. A blood condensation realm demonic beast had indeed gained sentience. The sea snake looked at the 5 people running away. With a swing of its tail, it sent the injured junior marshal brother Yin flying for tens of feet. He fell to the ground, no longer alive. The sea serpent opened its jaws and spat out a mouthful of venom. The female cultivators of Xianling sect quickly raised a defensive mystic artifact to block it, but a sizzling sound was heard and a puff of green smoke rose into the air. The low-grade defensive mystic artifact was corroded into several holes, and the female cultivators who couldn't dodge in time were covered in the venom. Amidst the shrill screams of the female cultivator, an aura of despair enveloped everyone. Hu Lili and the other 2 stood there, not daring to move. 2 poisonous fangs flew out of the sea snake's mouth and turned into 2 mid-grade mystic instrument daggers. The daggers flew towards junior marshal brother Zhou and the other cultivator. The 2 hurriedly used their mystic instruments to block, but the daggers suddenly changed directions and attacked in a different direction. Its speed was many times faster than blood-refining realm cultivators using mystic instruments. This was the benefit of having divine sense in the blood condensation realm. Mystic instruments could only be used to their full potential in the hands of blood condensation realm cultivators. Sure enough, the 2 cultivators were exhausted. After a few rounds, their bodies were cut by the daggers. Their faces turned black, and they fell to the ground, dead from the poison. In an instant, 4 of the 5 Xianling sect disciples were dead. The remaining senior marshal brother Qiao knew he couldn't escape anymore. He turned around and faced the sea snake. 2 mid-grade mystic instruments, one for offense and one for defense, surrounded him. When the clown sea serpent saw this cultivator who had taken the initiative to change his mind, it became a little interested and was not in a hurry to attack. Lu Ping's position was behind senior brother Qiao at this time. He happened to see senior brother Qiao secretly take out an item from his storage bag. Then, his face turned blood red and instantly turned pale. Clearly, he had activated a secret technique. The sea snake seemed to have discovered something and suddenly attacked senior brother Qiao in a frenzy. The snake fang daggers turned into two cold rays of light as they shot towards senior brother Qiao. At the same time, the snake raised its tail and swept towards him. Senior brother Qiao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood at the two Dharma artifacts. The two Dharma artifacts were stimulated by this and emitted a violent fluctuation of magic power. Their power was greatly increased and they were able to barely resist the attack of the sea snake. Lu Ping had originally thought that the secret technique would use blood to stimulate the Dharmic artifact, but it did not seem like it. At that moment, a golden light flashed from senior brother Qiao's hand. The light grew more intense. The clown sea serpent became even more anxious and attacked even more fiercely. Senior brother Qiao's two Dharma artifacts were full of cracks and wailing, but they still stood strong to protect him. Looking at the clown sea serpent's performance, Lu Ping's mind flashed. Talisman treasure, it's actually a talisman treasure. This is something that a core forging realm enlightened master would seal their magic power and give it to their disciples for protection. I didn't expect senior brother Qiao to have such a thing. A blood-refining realm cultivator would definitely need a long time to inject magic power to activate a talisman treasure. The secret technique just now must have accelerated the infusion of magic power into the talisman treasure. At the same time the golden light shone, Hu Lili pulled the other two. The three of them quickly took out their respective Dharma artifacts and escaped behind the clown sea serpent. The clown sea serpent's attention was completely attracted by the talisman treasure. When it realized that the three of them were escaping, it just swept its tail at them. Hu Lili used all the remaining defensive blood talismans and the three of them gathered together to resist. The clown sea serpent's tail smashed the talisman treasure easily and ruthlessly swept at the three's Dharma artifacts. The three of them screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, they used the force of the tail to quickly escape, finally saving their lives. At this time, the clown sea serpent could no longer stop the talisman treasure from activating, so it no longer stopped the three of them from leaving. In fact, Lu Ping also wanted to leave, but senior brother Qiao was not far away from him. If he crawled up and ran away, he would definitely attract the attention of the clown sea serpent, which had not noticed him before. When that happened, he would be in trouble. Actually, Lu Ping was still dominated by greed. It was a talisman treasure. Maybe both of them would be injured. If Hu Lili and the other two escaped, he could be the one to reap the benefits unscrupulously. The golden talisman treasure slowly rose from senior brother Qiao's hands. The two mid-grade Dharma artifacts had finally completed their mission and were smashed by the clown sea serpent. However, when the clown sea serpent looked at the talisman treasure in front of it, a look of fear appeared in its eyes and it took a few steps back. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst out of the talisman treasure and turned into a golden short spear, stabbing at the clown sea serpent. The clown sea serpent let out a crazy sizzling sound. The scales on the clown sea serpent's body suddenly stood up, each of them at least 3 inches in size. The clown sea serpent opened its huge mouth at the fast-flying short spear. Venom and a dagger flew out one after another, colliding with the short spear. However, the short spear passed through the venom and knocked away the dagger. The light on the spear body only dimmed slightly. At this time, a long snake's tongue flew out of the clown sea serpent's mouth and turned into a short sword with a forked front. It went towards the short spear. With a loud clang, the short spear was finally knocked off course. At the same time, the light on the spear body dimmed again. However, the clown sea serpent did not have time to use other methods to block the short spear. The golden light passed through the clown sea serpent's body, leaving a huge bloody hole in it. The clown sea serpent's huge body was sent flying by the short spear. The huge body of the clown sea serpent trembled when it hit the ground, and blood splattered everywhere. The short spear turned into a talisman treasure again and fell to the ground. Senior brother Qiao, who had used up all his magic power using a secret technique, sat on the ground, without any strength left. It seemed like it was time for Lu Ping to reap the benefits. However, Lu Ping was still lying on the ground, not moving at all. Sure enough, the clown sea serpent's head slowly rose again. The huge bloody hole was still dripping blood. The talisman treasure did not hit the clown sea serpent's weak spot. Senior brother Qiao, who had lost the ability to resist, was smashed to death by the clown sea serpent's tail. The clown sea serpent turned around and scanned the battlefield. Then, it turned around and crawled towards the cave. A cave that had just been discovered had yet to be explored, but a life and death battle had already broken out. The clown sea serpent had already kept the talisman treasure that had fallen to the ground. Now, Lu Ping could only hope that the clown sea serpent would enter the cave so that he could slip away. As for the wealth of the dead cultivators on the island, Lu Ping gritted his teeth and decided to wait and see. The clown sea serpent that was crawling towards the cave suddenly stopped. The intelligent clown sea serpent suddenly remembered that it had discovered two groups of people that day. Had the human hiding in the sea come? Lu Ping's heart tightened because of the clown sea serpent's sudden stop. Suddenly, he felt a cold sensation pass through his body. Not good, I've been discovered. Lu Ping cursed under his breath. At this time, the clown sea serpent let out an angry hiss and quickly crawled towards where Lu Ping was hiding. Chapter 38. Seeing the clown sea snake crawling towards him angrily, Lu Ping had no time to escape. He took out his mid-grade flying sword and stabbed it at the clown sea snake's eyes. The clown sea snake was angered by Lu Ping's provocation. Its snake-toothed dagger flew out of its mouth and blocked the flying sword. At the same time, it attacked Lu Ping with another dagger. A small stone tower flew up and hovered above Lu Ping's head. A yellow light curtain hung down from the stone tower and blocked the dagger. Lu Ping blocked the clown sea snake's attack and calmed down. After all, the clown sea snake was severely injured and its strength had decreased. Lu Ping immediately thought of a way to deal with the clown sea snake. He could not panic now. He could only fight with all his might. When the clown sea snake saw that Lu Ping had blocked its attack, it became even angrier and spat venom at the stone tower above Lu Ping's head. Lu Ping raised the jade bottle in the air and a water column sprayed at the venom. More than half of the venom was blown away and the rest was diluted. When it landed on the stone tower, it did not even corrode the protective yellow light. Seeing that its attack had failed again, the clown sea snake crawled forward for a distance. Lu Ping suddenly shouted, "Explode!" A few loud sounds came from the ground under the clown sea snake. Smoke, golden light, vines, and frost rose up. This was the mother-child ground lightning talisman that Lu Ping had developed based on the mother-child warning talisman. He originally wanted to use it to sneak attack Xian Ling sect disciples, but now he was using it on the clown sea snake. The clown sea snake was caught off guard and was stabbed by the exploding fireball and golden sword. Although the defense of the scales on its body was extremely high, when it was caught off guard, all the scales on the parts that were attacked fell off, and a piercing pain swept through its body. When the clown sea snake was suddenly injured, it wanted to move its body, but a few vines and frost suddenly froze the snake's body. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ping threw a mid-grade magic artifact he got from Lin Xing towards the wound that was pierced by the talisman treasure. The sea serpent's body could not move at will, so it could only send out the snake-tongue sword in its mouth. This was the sea serpent's natal dermic artifact and was extremely powerful. After hitting the flying sword, Lu Ping felt a tightness in his chest and was so upset that he wanted to vomit blood. Lu Ping resisted the urge to vomit blood and summoned the fifth flying sword. A 9th-layer blood-refining realm cultivator was able to wield 3 mid-grade and 2 low-grade artifacts. If word of this got out, people would definitely think that Lu Ping's transcendence energy was inconceivably deep. Who would have thought that Lu Ping was already giving it his all, performing exceptionally? Even he himself did not know that he had already taken out 5 mystic instruments. This blood-red flying sword carried Lu Ping's last hope as it flew towards the clown sea snake resolutely. The clown sea snake felt a great threat from this strange flying sword. It tried its best to move its body to the side and at the same time, recalled a snake-toothed dagger that was attacking Lu Ping. However, the snake-toothed dagger was too slow to catch up to the flying sword. At this time, the clown sea snake finally broke free from the various restraining talismans on its body. Even though it was a heavily injured blood condensation realm demonic beast, its physical strength was still terrifying. The clown sea snake lifted its huge tail to its chest to block the 5th flying sword. Ding! The flying sword pierced the scales of the snake tail, but it only pierced a few inches in. This small injury only caused a slight pain, so the clown sea snake didn't care about it. Just as the sea serpent was surprised by what it had just felt, a strange fluctuation came over. With a loud bang, the flying sword exploded, and the power of the explosion blew the sea serpent's tail into 2. The flying fragments cut wounds on the huge serpent's body, and one of the serpent's eyes was pierced, and blood flowed out. Lu Ping was annoyed that he didn't hit the clown sea snake's vitals, but he was still surprised by the power of the blood sacrifice technique. The clown sea snake was heavily injured again. Although it didn't die, its strength was weakened again. Lu Ping was now in a terrible situation. The snake-tooth dagger and the snake-tongue sword were already enough to make Lu Ping tired. Now that he was using 5 mystic instruments, the transcendence energy in his body became even worse. Lu Ping had already lost count of how many essence recovery pills he had taken. Fortunately, the explosion of the flying sword had destroyed one of the snake-tooth daggers. The clown sea snake was injured, and the clown sea snake's attack stopped. Lu Ping quickly kept the flying sword and jade bottle, leaving only the other flying sword and the stone tower. The clown sea snake, which had been blown to the ground, turned to face Lu Ping again. Its remaining eye was filled with a crazy killing intent. Lu Ping began to flee on the island. The crazy clown sea snake raised everything in Lu Ping's path to the ground. Lu Ping saw that the clown sea snake was bleeding non-stop, so he wanted to dodge and exhaust the clown sea snake's strength. However, he didn't expect that the clown sea snake was a blood condensation realm monster. Its strength was far above his. Even though it was heavily injured, it was still faster than him. Left with no choice, Lu Ping used blood escape. On the island, a huge clown sea snake rode on a gust of demonic wind and chased after a bloody figure. Sand and rocks flew everywhere, and half of the island was destroyed by the clown sea snake. The furious clown sea serpent finally felt its physical strength slowly draining away along with its blood. Its magic power was also gradually drying up. The huge wound caused its entire body to spasm in pain. The exhausted clown sea serpent finally slowed down its speed. Lu Ping stuffed another blood spirit pellet and essence replenishing pellet into his mouth. Finally, he saw the result he was looking forward to, so he turned around and charged back. He was also at the end of his tether, so whoever could last until the end would be the winner and get everything on the island. At the thought of the unknown wealth in the cave dwelling, the interspatial pouches of the dead Xian Ling sect disciples, and the sea serpent, Lu Ping's eyes suddenly lit up and his dispirited demeanor suddenly perked up. On the other hand, the clown sea snake was getting weaker and weaker. Lu Ping's flying sword and flying knife flew up again, attacking the clown sea snake's wound, eyes, and 7 inches. At the same time, dozens of supreme-grade blood talismans turned into various spells and bombarded the clown sea snake. The clown sea snake finally experienced the feeling of death. Fear made the clown sea snake burst out with life force, desperately blocking Lu Ping's attack. Just as the clown sea snake was about to block Lu Ping's attack, the sky above its head suddenly darkened. Confused, the clown sea snake looked up and saw a huge metal seal with the word landslide on it falling from the sky and smashing into the clown sea snake's head. The clown sea snake's huge body struggled violently because of the injury on its head. Landslide once again rose into the sky and smashed into the ground. The clown sea snake's body trembled violently. Landslide rose into the sky for the third time and smashed into the ground. This time, the clown sea snake's head was smashed into the ground. The clown sea snake's body finally stopped moving. The clown sea snake's death caused Lu Ping to lose his fighting spirit. Lu Ping lay on the ground, not wanting to move a muscle. But not long after, Lu Ping struggled to get up again. He forced himself into a meditative posture and slowly circulated the blood condensation spirit melting art in his body. The spirit pellets he consumed earlier also continued to take effect. After circulating the blood condensation spirit melting art for a full cycle, Lu Ping forced himself to endure the exhaustion and started cleaning up the battlefield. Who knew if Hu Lily and the others would come back again? Or if they would go to Xian Qi Island to inform the sex experts. Lu Ping had to leave before anyone else did. Chapter 39. After escaping death, Lu Ping started to tidy up his loot. He first collected the 5 Xianling sect disciples' interspatial pouches. There were a total of 6 mystic instruments, 2 of which were mid-grade and 4 of which were low-grade. Lu Ping looked at the 2 mid-grade mystic instruments that senior brother Qiao used with pity. These were obviously 2 high-grade mid-grade mystic instruments, but senior brother Qiao had overdrawn the power of these 2 mystic instruments in order to activate the talisman treasure. In the end, they were destroyed by the sea snake. In total, there were more than 1,300 spirit stones. Senior brother Qiao alone had more than 600 spirit stones. In addition to the talisman treasure, Lu Ping could basically confirm that this senior brother Qiao's background was probably even deeper than Lin Sheng's. As expected, when Lu Ping was counting the medicinal pills, he found a total of 6 bottles of blood essence pills while senior brother Qiao had 2 bottles of blood solidifying pills and 2 bottles of blood essence pills. To Lu Ping's pleasant surprise, Lu Ping found 2 500-year-old spiritual herbs that could be used to concoct blood-condensing pills from Xian Ling sect's junior brother Yin. Finally, he had gathered all 8 500-year-old spiritual herbs that could be used to exchange for the blood-condensing pills. Lu Ping's chances of entering the blood condensation realm had greatly increased. Just these 5 people alone had such a bountiful harvest. This made Lu Ping forget about his injuries and fatigue. He turned his attention back to the giant sea snake's carcass. Lu Ping had already experienced the toughness of the sea snake's skin. He estimated that it could be used to forge a mid-grade mystic instrument. Although one of the 2 snake tooth daggers was destroyed, the remaining one was an essential mystic instrument for sneak attacks and assassinations. Even though the snake tongue sword was the sea snake's natal mystic instrument, it could only be used as an ordinary mid-grade mystic instrument now that the sea snake was dead. Lu Ping used the flying sword to cut open the sea snake's carcass and dug out a huge snake gallbladder. This was one of the sea snake's essences. It was an essential ingredient for concocting a few types of blood condensation realm medicinal pills. It was worth a fortune. Lu Ping also found the sea snake's heart, which was still intact. This was the biggest reward he had obtained from the sea snake monster. Lu Ping carefully used the flying swallow sword to cut open the giant heart. 4 pearl-like beads of blood rolled out. Lu Ping hurriedly used the jade bottle he had prepared to catch them. Even after sealing it, he was still worried, so he put the jade bottle into a magical jade bottle that could prevent spiritual energy from dissipating. After putting away the condensed blood beads, Lu Ping let out a long sigh of relief. Only now did he realize that there were 4 condensed blood beads. This demonic beast had actually reached the 4th layer of the blood condensation realm. If he hadn't been injured by the talisman treasure, he would have become a snack for the sea serpent. That's right, there's still the talisman treasure. Lu Ping hurriedly rummaged through the corpse of the snake. It was clear that this was the first time Senior Marshal Brother Qiao had used this golden spear charm. After Lu Ping found it, he looked at the talisman treasure that was still glowing with a golden light. He felt its power and knew that it could still be used 2 more times. His heart was filled with joy. This was his trump card against blood condensation realm experts. The talisman treasure also needed to be refined before it could be used. This was also the reason why the sea serpent did not use it during its fight with Lu Ping. If the sea serpent had successfully refined the talisman, Lu Ping shuddered at the thought of it. Lu Ping thought for a moment and put the remaining snake meat into a storage bag. Then, he walked towards the source of the battle, alchemist Sheng Tao's cave abode. Pill Refinement Master Sheng Tao was just a rogue cultivator in the blood condensation realm. Due to his expertise in pill refinement, he had gained some fame 100 years ago. Hu Lily had no idea where she found this information from, sorted it out, and eventually found his cave abode. The cave abode was very simple, but it was very spacious. Everyone had intentionally avoided the direction of the cave abode, so the inside was not damaged. In the cultivation room, Lu Ping found cultivator Sheng Tao's corpse. In front of the corpse, there were 2 jade slips and an exquisite palm-sized storage bag on a small stone table. Lu Ping had only seen this kind of storage bag on Master Immortal Lu. The space inside was several times bigger than all of Lu Ping's current storage bags. It was the size of a house. Inside the storage bag, there were dozens of jade boxes. Lu Ping opened them one by one. They were filled with different kinds of spirit herbs. Each jade box contained 1 to a few stalks, and the quantity varied. In total, there were more than 200 stalks of spirit herbs. Lu Ping recognized about half of them. Most of them were spirit herbs used to concoct blood condensation realm pills. Among them, there were 3 types of spirit herbs used to concoct blood condensation pills. There were also more than 10 stalks of spirit herbs that Lu Ping knew were used to concoct blood condensation realm pills. Other than that, there were also 50 mid-grade spirit stones and more than 100 low-grade spirit stones. Even though Lu Ping was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but feel excited. There were more than 5,000 low-grade spirit stones in there. As for the remaining low-grade magic tools, Lu Ping didn't care about them. Of the 2 jade slips, one was called Sheng Tao's Pill Scripture. It was the summary of alchemist Sheng Tao's lifetime experience in alchemy. At the end of the scripture, there were more than 10 blood condensation realm pill recipes and 5 blood condensation realm pill recipes. There was even a pill recipe for a core forging realm cultivator called the Golden Marrow Pill. It was something that Sheng Tao obtained by chance, but he didn't have the ability to concoct it. The other jade slip was called Sheng Tao's Notes. It was a record of Sheng Tao's life experiences, especially the growth environment, cultivation methods, medicinal properties, methods of harvesting, and so on. It was an eye-opening experience for Lu Ping. Through this jade slip, Lu Ping identified more than 10 types of spirit herbs used to concoct blood condensation pills from the jade box in the interspatial pouch. Lu Ping bowed to Sheng Tao's corpse and said, "Today, I was fortunate enough to receive Senior Immortal's legacy. I will do my best to inherit Senior's legacy. Even if my talent is limited, I will still choose another capable person for Senior. I will not allow Senior's legacy to end." After that, he turned Sheng Tao's corpse into ashes and stored them in a jade bottle, ready to scatter them into the sea. Longevity and legacy were 2 of the most important things to every cultivator. Since Lu Ping had received Sheng Tao's kindness, he naturally had to show his gratitude. Otherwise, he would feel uneasy. Lu Ping went to the alchemy room next door. The room was surrounded by wooden cabinets used to store medicinal pills. The jade bottles on the cabinets were already covered in dust. Lu Ping counted 40 to 50 jade bottles of various sizes. There were more than 10 types of medicinal pills in them. Most of them were blood-refining realm medicinal pills. After more than 100 years, most of the medicinal pills in the jade bottles had lost their effectiveness. Lu Ping counted. Only 7 of the jade bottles had blood condensation realm spirit sealing talismans stuck on them. Thus, the medicinal energy of the pills was still intact. Among them, 3 were the blood vigor pills that Lu Ping desperately needed. The remaining 4 were blood condensation realm medicinal pills. Unfortunately, the blood condensation pills that Lu Ping had been looking forward to were nowhere to be found. In the middle of the alchemy room was an alchemy cauldron that was almost as tall as a person. It was a mid-grade magic tool, but if one were to measure its value, it could be exchanged for 2 or 3 high-grade magic tools. Alchemy cauldrons were hundreds of times more difficult than other magic tools. It required the cooperation of a blacksmith and an alchemist. Moreover, there were strict requirements on the materials used. This made every alchemy cauldron extremely precious. A low-grade alchemy cauldron was worth as much as a high-grade magic tool. Legend had it that the best alchemy cauldron in the Jinling sect was a top-grade magic tool. The elders in the sect had tried their best to upgrade it to a magic tool, but to no avail. Even so, the cauldron had to be approved by the Laozu sect every time it was used. Chapter 40. Lu Ping refined the cauldron and immediately put it into his new storage bag. Lu Ping walked around the alchemy room a few times, as if he was looking for something. Finally, he found a stone that was different from the rest of the floor in front of a futon beside the cauldron. Lu Ping stretched out his hand and pressed it. The stone slab on the ground in the middle retracted, revealing an array disc. In the middle of the array disc was a blue fireball the size of an egg. Lu Ping was overjoyed. This was the fire seed of the blue spiritual fire of the profound grade. This fire seed could be said to be Xing Tao's most precious collection. Naturally, it was also Lu Ping's biggest gain from this trip. This kind of spiritual fire was naturally formed between heaven and earth. According to the level of energy usage, it was divided into 3 ranks: heaven, earth, and profound. However, the quantity was not directly proportional to the level of energy usage. Perhaps in this cultivation world, there were a few more spiritual fires of the earth grade than the profound grade. However, no matter which rank, spiritual fires were extremely rare and could only be found by chance. It could be said that half of Xing Tao's fame as an alchemist came from this profound grade spiritual fire. This kind of heaven and earth spiritual fire could be used for alchemy. Naturally, it could be used for refining weapons. However, due to the scarcity of spiritual fire, most alchemists and blacksmiths used their own spiritual power to refine with the true fire. Although the effect was not much different, it wasted a lot of cultivation time. This was a contradiction that all alchemists and blacksmiths faced. The array disc below the blue spiritual fire was called the burning spirit array. By embedding spirit stones into it, the blue spiritual fire could be ignited to refine. At this time, the spirit stones on it had been over 100 years. They had exhausted their spiritual power and turned into powder. Lu Ping sealed the spiritual fire and placed it in a jade bottle. Then, he put it together with the array disc into his storage bag. At this time, Lu Ping had been a little numb from the series of gains. He no longer had the ecstasy from every harvest. Lu Ping returned to the entrance of the cave. He placed a few spirit stones in a few inconspicuous depressions on the stone wall in front of the cave. Then, he struck out a set of techniques. Suddenly, the spirit stones on the stone wall flashed and Lu Ping disappeared. There was actually a small teleportation formation plate embedded in the stone wall of the cave entrance. In a sealed cave, a light suddenly flashed and Lu Ping appeared in the cave. Lu Ping had just appeared in the cave when he felt a faint spiritual qi surrounding him. Lu Ping felt happy in his heart. It seemed that Senior Xing Tao was right. In the past, alchemist Xing Tao accidentally discovered a miniature spiritual vein here. Overjoyed, Xing Tao decided to use this place as his cultivation base. He completely sealed the cave and used a spirit sealing array to confine the spiritual energy emitted by the spiritual vein in the cave. Then, he built a cave abode above it and left a secret transmission array to connect it to the cave. After that, Sheng Tao opened up a half-acre spiritual herb garden in the cave for his own alchemy and cultivation. It had been more than 100 years since Sheng Tao passed away. It was unknown how the spirit herbs he planted were growing. The walls of the cave were inlaid with flashing stones for illumination, and the water seeping out of the stone walls dripped onto the ground. Lu Ping took a few steps forward, and a lush spiritual herb garden finally appeared in front of Lu Ping. The spiritual herb garden was divided into 3 parts. The outermost part was where the spiritual herbs were used to concoct blood-refining realm pills. Most of them had already matured, but because there was no one to take care of them, and the spiritual energy in the spiritual vein was only enough to supply the spiritual herb's needs, the matured seeds would fall to the ground and continue to grow. The spiritual herbs had already grown densely. The innermost part was where the spiritual herbs were used to concoct blood condensation realm pills. Usually, blood condensation realm pills required spiritual herbs that were more than 500 years old to concoct. Because Sheng Tao had discovered this place more than 100 years before he passed away, and with his special spirit urging technique, most of the spiritual herbs had already matured. There were actually 18 types of spiritual herbs that were used to concoct blood condensation realm pills. However, the spiritual herbs used to concoct the blood condensation realm pills were much harder to grow than the other blood condensation realm spiritual herbs. Out of the 50 spiritual herbs, only 5 had reached 500 years of age. The rest were not mature yet. Further inside were 3 golden marrow grasses. These 3 golden marrow grasses were cultivated by Pill Master Sheng Tao with painstaking efforts. They were the main ingredients used to concoct the Core Forging Realm's golden marrow pill. The concoction of Core Forging Realm pills usually required spiritual herbs that were more than 1,000 years old. These 3 spiritual herbs were only close to 500 years old, which was far from meeting the requirements. Below the spiritual herb garden was the mini spiritual vein. Spiritual veins were rarer than spirit stone mines. Although they could not produce spirit stones like spirit stone mines, they could provide a constant supply of spiritual energy for cultivators to cultivate. Moreover, there was no need to worry about the spiritual vein drying up unless it was intentionally destroyed. Furthermore, spiritual veins could be nurtured and strengthened. For example, the spiritual vein on the True Spirit Island used to be a medium-sized spiritual vein. After tens of thousands of years of meticulous nurturing by the True Spirit sect, it had now become a large spiritual vein. In order to prevent the spiritual herb garden from being discovered, Lu Ping gathered all the mature spiritual herbs in the garden. 2 hours later, the transfer array on the stone wall flashed and Lu Ping appeared at the entrance of the cave abode. Lu Ping placed his hand on his chin. After thinking for a while, he started bombarding the island with spells. The ravaged island was once again in a mess. Afterward, Lu Ping destroyed the entire cave abode, erasing all traces of himself. Calculating the time, if Hu Lily and the others reported what happened on the island to their superiors, the cultivators from Xian Qi Island would most likely come to investigate. Lu Ping released his flying boat and flew towards Huangli Island in the north. Not long after Lu Ping returned to Huangli Island, a few rays of light streaked across the sky and landed on the island. Among them were Hu Lily and the other 3 blood condensation cultivators from Xian Qi Island. If Lu Ping was here, he would see that 2 of them were Master Immortal Lu and Master Immortal Shang, who had previously made things difficult for him. Hu Lily and the others looked at the mess on the island. Although they had already given up hope, their expressions still changed. The 3 Master Immortals looked solemn. They carefully examined the surroundings of the island and used their divine senses to search the nearby sea. In the end, they didn't find anything. Among the 3, Master Immortal Lu's cultivation was at the 7th level of the blood condensation realm, so he was the leader. Master Immortal Shang looked at the two and asked first, "What do you think, Senior Brother Lu?" Master Immortal Lu pondered for a while and said, "This sea snake must have cultivated a water-type cultivation technique and condensed the spiritual Jiao bloodline. Its cultivation should be at the mid-stage of the blood condensation realm." Another Master Immortal added, "That's right. But according to Martial Nephew Hu, the Xianling sect disciple used a talisman treasure at the end. The strange thing is that even the weakest core forging enlightened master's talisman treasure should have been able to injure this snake demon." Master Immortal Shang smiled and said, "That's more like it. I think the snake demon must have gone berserk after being severely injured. It destroyed the island and made it impossible for us to find any clues." Master Immortal Lu said solemnly, "That should be the case. After all, 5 Xianling sect disciples died here. We need to report this matter to enlightened Master Chu immediately and make preparations to prevent Xianling sect from using this incident to cause trouble for us." Moreover, the demon clan was also involved. We don't know if this was the North Sea demon clan's doing. The other two agreed with Master Immortal Lu's opinion and flew towards Xianqi Island. Hu Lily and the others didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. Seeing the 3 Master Immortals leave, they could only follow helplessly. Chapter 41. Lu Ping, who had returned from a rewarding journey, was still immersed in immense joy and was at a loss as to what to do next. His Tao heart, which he had maintained for so long, could no longer remain calm. Lu Ping sat in his cultivation room for an entire day, but he still couldn't calm down. Thinking back to the days when he wanted to split a spirit stone in half and spend it, Lu Ping could no longer keep his emotions in check. He fell into memories of the past. As time passed, Lu Ping finally remembered the day when he broke through to the 8th layer of the blood refining realm. When Master Immortal Lu asked him what was the purpose of his cultivation, Lu Ping resolutely answered, "Longevity. No matter which one it is, it's a plausible reason. But in the end, only this one is the most practical and the most immortal. All the other reasons will fade away with time, but this is the only reason that will last forever." When Master Immortal Lu heard Lu Ping's answer, he laughed heartily, feeling gratified. Lu Ping's dazed eyes finally became clear again. "I cultivate for the sake of longevity. Even though this wealth is something I've never seen before, it's ultimately just an illusion to me on the path to longevity. Wasn't that Master Immortal Sheng Tao the owner of this wealth? I just need to convert this wealth into resources for my cultivation and accumulate it into my cultivation. One day, I'll be able to achieve a breakthrough and reach a new realm." After understanding the importance of the matter, Lu Ping became calm and collected. He returned to his previous intense and rhythmic cultivation. After the battle of life and death, Lu Ping's willpower and physical potential had significantly improved. With the help of sufficient blood solidifying pills and blood vigor pills, his cultivation quickly broke through to the mid-stage of the 9th layer and was rapidly approaching the peak of the 9th layer. At the same time, the strength of his transcendence energy also increased. After the battle with the sea snake monster, Lu Ping tasted the benefits of having a strong transcendence energy. Therefore, he continued to use the pills to strengthen his foundation. Now, Lu Ping's cultivation could be said to be extravagant. Every day, he would hold 4 spirit stones in his hand and sit on the spirit gathering praying mat he obtained from Lin Sheng. Because he had obtained 3 bottles of blood vigor pills on the island, Lu Ping's cultivation had rocketed in the past 3 months with the help of the blood vigor pills. With this kind of cultivation, it was no wonder that Lu Ping's cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. 3 months later, Lu Ping arrived at Xianqi Island and learned that Senior Yao Yong was preparing to break through to the blood condensation realm. In the cultivation world, the celebration after a breakthrough was not important. Instead, the accumulation before the breakthrough was more important. Therefore, every cultivator would receive gifts from their family and friends before their breakthrough. Since Yao Yong had accumulated enough, he decided to break through on Xianqi Island. There were many master immortals on the island, so safety was not a problem. Everyone in Group 7 went to visit Yao Yong and gave him their gifts. Du Feng gave him 5 blood vigor pills. No one knew where he got them from. Shi Lingling gave Yao Yong a bottle of blood solidifying pills. The other seniors also gave him medicinal pills, spirit stones, mystic artifacts, talismans, and so on. Lu Ping remembered his experience in breaking through to the 8th layer blood refining realm during the disciple competition and the warning from Lin Sheng and the others. On the surface, he gave Yao Yong a mid-grade spirit stone. Secretly, he called Yao Yong to the side and gave him a spirit-gathering hassock. Yao Yong was very grateful to see such a valuable gift. He said to Lu Ping, "I prepared 2 blood-condensing pills this time. My family also prepared a batch of pills for me. With my own accumulation and Master Immortal Lu's protection, I already have a 70% chance of breaking through. Junior Martial Brothers hassock will add another 50% to my confidence." Lu Ping was shocked. With Senior Martial Brothers accumulation, you only have a 70% chance of breaking through? Why do you need 2 blood-condensing pills? Don't we only need 1 blood-condensing pill to break through to the blood condensation realm? Yao Yong looked at Lu Ping in surprise. He smiled and said, "Junior Martial Brother, you spend most of your time cultivating and rarely interact with others. You're not from a family, so it's no wonder you don't know. The blood-condensing pill isn't even necessary for a cultivator to break through to the blood condensation realm. Some geniuses can even break through to the blood condensation realm directly. However, less than 10% of cultivators can break through to the blood condensation realm with the help of a blood-condensing pill. The blood-condensing pill only increased the chances of breaking through to the blood condensation realm. For some cultivators, due to their accumulation, the competition between the 7 bloodlines would become more intense during the breakthrough. The longer the breakthrough would take, the higher the chances of failure would be. When that happened, a single blood-condensing pill would not be enough to satisfy the cultivator's needs. Hence, multiple blood-condensing pills were needed. Even though the blood-condensing pill was a blood condensation realm pill, it required 24 types of 500-year-old spiritual herbs. These herbs had harsh conditions to grow, and their rarity was no less than a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. This made the blood-condensing pill extremely valuable. Although it was only sold for 2,000 spirit stones on the market, in reality, there was no market for it. After listening to Yao Yong's explanation, Lu Ping realized that his thinking was too simple. Lu Ping believed that his arcane energy wasn't any weaker than Yao Yong's. In fact, it was far superior. Under such circumstances, Lu Ping believed that Yao Yong's preparations were foolproof. If Yao Yong only had a 70% chance of success, then didn't that mean that Lu Ping didn't even have a 50% chance of success? Lu Ping didn't know how he got out of Yao Yong's cultivation room. He was too careless. He thought that Lu Ping would have a high chance of breaking through to the blood condensation realm with the spiritual herbs he needed to exchange for the blood condensing pill, sufficient pills, and spirit stones, and the inheritance of alchemist Sheng Tao. Now, Lu Ping realized that he was wrong, and it was a huge mistake. The difference between him and Yao Yong wasn't cultivation resources, but the accumulation of knowledge and experience from thousands of years of cultivation. Yao Yong's family would teach Lu Ping everything he needed to take note of when breaking through to the blood condensation realm. Lu Ping, on the other hand, had to find his own way. Lu Ping had been constantly warning himself in the face of his recent harvests, but he still underestimated the difficulty of breaking through to the blood condensation realm. The so-called self-warning that he was biting off more than he could chew was born in his heart. Lu Ping finally understood the gap between him and Yao Yong. Even though he was about to reach the peak of the 9th layer blood refining realm, he still had a long way to go. Lu Ping finally understood why there were tens of thousands of disciples in Jinling's sect who had reached the 9th layer blood refining realm, but only a few dozen of them managed to break through to the blood condensation realm every year. After understanding the problem, Lu Ping pulled himself together and used the teleportation formation to go to the side yard's marketplace to buy some pills and other cultivation resources. He also sold 4 low-grade mystic artifacts that he didn't need to the multi-treasure pavilion. The remaining 3 low-grade mystic artifacts were all used by Lu Ping as a blood sacrifice. Other than that, including the miscellaneous items he obtained from the Xianling sect disciples, he earned a total of 400 spirit stones. Lu Ping still hadn't dealt with Lin Sheng's belongings because he didn't know how powerful Lin Sheng's family was. It would be bad if Lin Sheng's family tracked him down through the mystic artifacts he sold. Initially, Lu Ping still had some matters to attend to. But after some thought, he turned around and returned to the teleportation array. This time, he didn't return to Xianqi Island. Instead, he went to Dikuan Island, where the blood refining realm auction would be held 3 months later. Chapter 42. Dikuan Island was one of the 36 medium-sized islands under Jinling's jurisdiction. The island had a radius of 200 miles, and there was a small spirit vein and a small spirit stone mine on the island. It was said that there was more than one core forging enlightened master stationed on the island. Dikuan Island and the dozens of smaller islands under its jurisdiction were located in the sea region that was relatively rich in resources. Its geographical location was close to Xianling sect, and it was not far from the medium-sized sects like Zhanghai sect and Feiyu sect. Its unique location attracted a large number of cultivators to gather on Dikuan Island, creating a bustling market. Lu Ping walked on the streets of the market and looked at the cultivators passing by. Due to the fact that cultivators were not allowed to fly in the market, blood condensation realm cultivators and even core forging enlightened masters were common on Dikuan Island. The scale of the market here was much larger than the one in Jinling side courtyard. Naturally, the shops in the market were of a higher standard. The reason why Lu Ping came to Dikuan Island earlier was to settle some matters. He didn't want to expose some of his secrets when he attended the auction 3 months later with his fellow disciples from Group 7. Lu Ping first went to Jinling's pill sales pavilion. As the host of this place, Jinling's business naturally occupied the best location in the market. As soon as Lu Ping entered the shop, a blood refining realm disciple came up to him and asked, "What do you need, senior martial brother?" Of course, Lu Ping didn't dare to be arrogant here. He said, "Senior martial brother, can I trouble you to invite a manager of the pavilion here? I have something to discuss with him." The disciple was surprised by Lu Ping's words, but he didn't say anything. He just nodded and walked to the back of the pavilion. A moment later, the shop assistant came out and said, "Senior martial brother, the pavilion master wants to see you. Please follow me." Lu Ping followed the shop assistant to the back of the pavilion. An old blood condensation realm cultivator was sitting in the room. Lu Ping quickly stepped forward and said, "Junior Lu Ping greets Senior Immortal." The old cultivator looked at Lu Ping and said with a smile, "A disciple of another courtyard?" The old man's surname is Li, and he's one of the managers here. "I heard from the waiter that you're looking for me." Lu Ping saw that the waiter had already left, so he said, "Immortal Elderly, Junior was lucky enough to gather 8 spirit herbs needed to refine the blood condensing pill. I've come to exchange them for the blood condensing pill from the sect." Master Immortal Li, who was initially indifferent, looked at Lu Ping with admiration. "Oh, not bad. Take it out and let me see." It wasn't easy for a blood refining realm disciple to gather all 8 spiritual herbs. If it wasn't for the support of one's clan, one would have to possess extraordinary cultivation, wisdom, means, and luck. This rule was set by the sect. Most of the time, blood condensation realm cultivators would be the ones to exchange for the blood refinement realm cultivators. Lu Ping took out 6 jade boxes from his interspatial pouch and opened them one by one. There were 2 spiritual herbs of the same type, and they were placed in the same box by Lu Ping. Master Immortal Li was obviously an expert in identifying spiritual herbs. After looking through the 6 jade boxes, he nodded in satisfaction. 8 spiritual herbs. Their age and spiritual energy are all intact. They're well preserved. I can exchange them for the blood condensing pill. Lu Ping was overjoyed, but Master Immortal Li continued, but Lu Ping's heart tightened. Master Immortal Li looked at Lu Ping's nervous expression. Lu Ping looked like a mischievous child. He chuckled and said, "Young man, don't worry. The blood-condensing pill won't be missing. However, you should know that the sect has strict control over every blood-condensing pill. Therefore, the blood-condensing pill won't be placed in the elixir sales pavilion. Instead, the manager of the elixir sales pavilion will go to the sect's elixir refinement pavilion to retrieve it." Only then did Lu Ping relax. He asked, "How long will it take?" Master Immortal Li pondered for a moment. 3 days from now, the old man will need to return to the sect. When he returns, he can bring back the blood-condensing pill. 3 days later, Lu Ping should have already returned to Huangli Island. Although he could apply for leave, Lu Ping subconsciously didn't want others to know that he had the blood-condensing pill. He didn't even want Master Immortal Lu to take care of the blood-condensing pill for him before he broke through to the blood condensation realm. Thus, Lu Ping could only helplessly say, "Since that's the case, this junior will come to collect it during the auction in 3 months." Master Immortal Li said, "That's good too. However, there will be too many people there. You need to be careful." Lu Ping nodded and thanked Master Immortal Li. Just as he was about to leave, he recalled his encounter at the side courtyard's market. Lu Ping stopped in his tracks. He turned around and asked Master Immortal Li, "This junior also wants to purchase some high-grade pills for blood-refining realm cultivation. Do you have them for sale here?" Master Immortal Li was taken aback by Lu Ping's question. He smiled and said, "Where did you get the news that our store sells high-grade blood-refining realm pills other than the blood essence pill?" Hearing this, Lu Ping knew he had asked the right person. Without hiding anything, he told Master Immortal Li about his encounter at the side courtyard's market. As Lu Ping's cultivation and arcane energy increased, even the blood-solidifying pill couldn't fully satisfy Lu Ping's needs. Due to the taboo of medicinal toxins, Lu Ping was unwilling to use 2 pills a day to cultivate. Thus, he could only focus on improving the quality of the pills. Master Immortal Li laughed and said, "Su Zixian, this guy is quite interesting. However, you should know that although I have more pills than the side courtyard's market, there are more cultivators in the Dikuan market. So, if you only need a few pills, don't ask." Hearing this, Lu Ping was overjoyed. "May I know how many bottles of blood vigor pills Senior can provide every month?" Master Immortal Li glared at Lu Ping and said, "How many bottles? How can I have so many? It's already good enough to distribute 1 bottle every month. Even so, you still have to cut off the supply of a few rogue cultivators who only buy 2 or 3 pills every month." Lu Ping couldn't care less and quickly settled the matter. "Then, please give this junior 3 months' worth of blood vigor pills." After spending nearly 600 spirit stones to exchange for 3 bottles of blood vigor pills, Lu Ping left the pill store. He asked around for the location of the auction and headed there. The auction venue was not too far from the elixir sales pavilion. It was located in the center of the market and was jointly owned by the Zhenling sect and the Store of Many Treasures. This was how the Store of Many Treasures started their business with many forces in the North Sea. In fact, auctions were often held in the auction house. However, the scale of the auctions varied according to the cultivation level. For example, this large-scale auction was only held once a year for blood-refining realm disciples. When Lu Ping arrived at the auction house's main hall, a low-level blood-refining realm cultivator came forward and asked, "Fellow Taoist, are you going to participate in the auction or sell something?" Lu Ping was surprised. "Is there an auction happening now?" The cultivator replied, "Not right now, but our auction house often holds auctions. It's just that the size and type of the auctions vary. There are often cultivators who don't know when the auction will be held. From the looks of it, fellow Taoist wants to sell something. Are you going to participate in the auction 3 months from now?" Lu Ping nodded. The cultivator then asked, "What kind of item does fellow Taoist want to sell?" Lu Ping answered, "Mystic instruments." The cultivator said, Then please come this way. However, for this auction, you must at least have a mid-grade mystic instrument to qualify for sale. Lu Ping nodded. He had a total of 7 mid-grade mystic instruments. Other than the stone pagoda, flying swallow sword, a flying mystic instrument and a flaming fan he obtained from a Xianling sect disciple yesterday, Lu Ping planned to sell all of the flying sword, handkerchief, and the flying sword he obtained from Lin Sheng. This was to prevent others from noticing that he was using them. Chapter 43. The most famous artifact crafting shop in the Dikuan market was none other than Old Chen's shop in the western part of the market. When Old Chen was young, he had a fortuitous encounter with a mystic class, low-tier spirit fire, the stone jade fire. With the help of the stone jade fire, Old Chen's artifact crafting skills improved by leaps and bounds, and he gradually became famous. However, rumors of him obtaining a spirit fire also attracted the attention of some people. Just when the young Old Chen was at a loss for what to do, a blood condensation cultivator, Jinling, whose life was saved by Jinling, successfully advanced to the core forging stage after recovering from his injuries and became a core disciple of Jinling. This enlightened master spread the word that he would protect his savior, which caused some people to give up their greed. Later on, this enlightened master was stationed on Dikuan Island, and Old Chen followed him to the market and opened up Old Chen's artifact crafting shop. With the help of the stone jade fire, his business became more and more prosperous. As Old Chen became more and more famous, people began to forget his original name. Regardless of whether they were familiar with him or not, they just called him Old Chen. When Lu Ping arrived at Old Chen's artifact crafting shop, a young man in his 20s dressed in Jinling clothes was in the shop. Lu Ping sensed that this was a blood condensation cultivator from the spiritual energy fluctuations coming from the young man's body. He didn't dare to be rude and immediately bowed. Third-level disciple Lu Ping greets Immortal Master. The young man smiled kindly. No need to be so courteous. I've just advanced to the blood condensation realm, and I happen to be your senior apprentice brother from the previous batch. Are you here to forge an artifact? Lu Ping didn't dare to address him as senior apprentice brother, so he replied politely, that's right. I would like to ask Mr. Chen to forge a set of inner armor and upgrade an artifact's grade. The young man saw that Lu Ping was still a little reserved and smiled. I'm Chen Lian, the son of Old Chen you're looking for. You can call me senior apprentice brother Chen, it's not appropriate to call me Immortal Master. My father is in the refining room at the back, dealing with a magic tool that has just been refined. You will have to wait for a while. Lu Ping saw that Chen Changsheng wasn't one to stand on ceremony, and if he was too reserved, he would seem pretentious, so he said, thank you, senior martial brother Chen. I will wait here for a while. The two of them sat together and chatted about a few interesting things about the monastery. A white-haired, red-faced elder walked over from the back of the shop. Seeing the two of them, he said to Chen Lian, you've returned? Chen Lian chuckled and said, isn't the auction going to be held soon? I reckon you'll have a lot of business when the time comes, so you can come back to help. It just so happens that this junior brother of mine is looking for you to forge a weapon for him. Elder Chen did not answer Chen Lian's question. Instead, he asked directly, what kind of Dharma artifact do you want to refine? How are the materials prepared? Lu Ping took out the sea snake demon's hide. Chen Lian's eyes lit up and said, a mid-stage blood condensation sea snake demon's hide. Such a big piece, but it's a pity that a lot of it was damaged. I can only make 2 mid-grade inner armors. Elder Chen looked at the snake skin and said, 2 inner armors are not a problem, but a mid-stage blood condensation demonic beast's hide isn't equal to a mid-grade Dharma artifact. I need to add some other things. I can provide those things, and you can use the leftover parts of the leather to make up for it. How about it? Lu Ping nodded and took out landslide and a piece of black iron. Chen Lian clicked his tongue and said, what a good landslide. The 3 restrictions are all purely offensive. If this Dharma artifact can't be forged into a high-grade Dharma artifact, it would be a pity for this piece of black iron. Elder Chen did not express his dissatisfaction with Chen Lian's overstepping his authority, but he did not agree either. He only said, "What requirements do you have for this Dharma artifact?" Lu Ping was very fond of landslide. Hearing this, he said, "I want to try my best to maintain the basic characteristics of landslide and upgrade it to a high-grade Dharma artifact." Elder Chen pondered for a while and said, "If that's the case, it will indeed be a little difficult to upgrade it to a high-grade Dharma artifact. Never mind, this kind of extreme Dharma artifact that only focuses on offensive power is rare. Moreover, if I don't upgrade it to a high-grade Dharma artifact, I will do my best." Lu Ping was overjoyed. "Thank you, Senior." Elder Chen said, "There's no hurry. We have enough main materials to upgrade this Dharma artifact to a high-grade Dharma artifact. However, this kind of pure offensive Dharma artifact is extremely difficult to forge. We still need to mix and match several spiritual materials to prevent it from collapsing when we add the restrictions. Therefore, Old Man has two requirements." Lu Ping heard this and said, "Senior, please tell me." Elder Chen said, "I can provide a few matching spiritual materials, but you will have to exchange them with spiritual stones. Including the crafting fee, it will be a total of 470 spiritual stones. The crafting fee for the two inner armors will also be 160 spiritual stones. In total, it will be 630 spiritual stones. Let's call it 600 spiritual stones." Lu Ping nodded and handed over 600 spiritual stones. He sighed in his heart that artifact forging was also a profiteering industry. However, Lu Ping could not be bothered with these things right now. Elder Chen then pointed at Chen Lian and said, "I still need him to participate in the forging of these Dharma artifacts." Lu Ping looked at Chen Lian with a troubled expression, but Chen Lian was eager to try. Fortunately, Elder Chen then said, "My son's artifact forging skills have already been taught by me. He has also entered Jinling's Qi training pavilion to learn artifact forging. Now, he only lacks experience." Without waiting for Lu Ping to speak, Elder Chen continued, "Also, I can see that you have a special liking for this landslide. It is inevitable that you will upgrade it again in the future. By that time, I may have already passed this shop to him. You will still need him to help you upgrade it. After all, only people who have forged this Dharma artifact are the best candidates to upgrade it." Lu Ping was convinced by Elder Chen's words, so he nodded and agreed. Chen Lian was very excited and said, "If you want to upgrade it to a top-tier Dharma artifact in the future, it would be best to use deep-sea frigid iron as the main material. Of course, spiritual materials like golden crow iron and wind dust iron are also fine." Lu Ping nodded to show that he understood. He then asked, "When can I come back to collect these three Dharma artifacts, Senior?" Elder Chen counted the days and said, "I still have 2 deals on hand. In this case, there should be no problem in a month." Lu Ping said directly, "Then I will come back to collect them during the auction in 3 months. It will save me the trouble of having to make another trip." In the evening, Lu Ping returned to Huangli Island. These days, the peace between Jinling and Xianling sect was not peaceful again. The cause was the battle on the island where 5 Xianling sect disciples were killed. Initially, this incident was caused by Xianling sect ambushing Jinling's disciples. However, in the end, a blood condensation realm monster intervened. Instead, 3 of Jinling's disciples, including Hu Lili, escaped with their lives and brought back the truth. All 5 Xianling sect disciples were killed. Once again, Xianling sect lost to Jinling sect. What angered Xianling sect even more was that one of their fallen disciples was an elite disciple from a powerful family. Not only that, he was also an inner sect disciple of Xianling sect. This made Xianling sect feel even more embarrassed. Hence, Xianling sect insisted on stirring up trouble, accusing Jinling sect of setting up a trap to lure Xianling sect's disciples into this operation, and even colluding with the demon race. Naturally, Jinling did not want to be outdone. Both sides started a war of words again. Fortunately, both sides restrained themselves this time. Chapter 44. As soon as Lu Ping returned to Huangli Island, he was pestered by the spirit-seeking mouse, Debao. Ever since Debao ate half a pill that Lu Ping mistakenly gave him and was lucky enough to advance to the first level and become a second-level blood-refining realm beast, he became even more affectionate towards Lu Ping. Looking at Debao's excited expression, Lu Ping asked curiously, "Debao, don't tell me you found another energy-gathering land? Are there really so many spiritual lands on our Huangli Island?" Debao nodded, then shook his head. He only pulled Lu Ping's trousers and walked out. Lu Ping had no choice but to follow Debao outside. This time, Debao found two places. After Lu Ping went there, he finally understood that these were not energy-gathering lands, but areas with latent spirits. In other words, they were unqualified spiritual fields. If he wanted to develop these places into spiritual fields, he would first have to use spirit stones to perform the art of sacrificial soul, slowly stimulating and replenishing the land with latent spirits so that it could reach the standard of a spiritual field. Lu Ping pondered for a while. These two areas with latent spirits could be developed into spiritual fields by using the art of sacrificial soul. Each use of the art of sacrificial soul would cost 40 spirit stones to maintain for a year, so he would still be able to make a profit. Moreover, he had learned a secret technique to accelerate the growth of spiritual grasses and grains from the Sheng Tao's observation log. This secret technique also consumed spirit stones. A normal spiritual urging technique could save about a quarter of the planting time of the spiritual grains, but this secret technique, called the spiritual usurpation technique, could save half of the growing time of the spiritual grains and herbs. The spiritual herb garden on the island was the result of the spiritual usurpation technique performed by alchemist Sheng Tao using a miniature spiritual vein as a medium and using a large formation. Otherwise, the spiritual herb garden had only been developed for about 200 years. How could it have matured 500-year-old spiritual herbs? In this way, the spiritual fields on Huangli Island could be harvested 6 times a year instead of 4 times a year. The spiritual usurpation technique required 80 spirit stones per mu, and it would last for a year. In this way, he could earn about 1,200 spirit stones in a year from the 7 acres of spirit fields. Although these 1,200 spirit stones were only enough for Lu Ping's consumption for 3 months, it was already a great improvement. Lu Ping returned to his idyllic life. Because he had obtained 3 bottles of blood vigor pills from the Immortal's Cave, the side courtyard's pill sales pavilion, and the Earth and Earth pill sales pavilion, Lu Ping could enjoy the luxury of cultivating with blood vigor pills for the next 3 months. The effects of this cultivation method were astonishing. Just as the 3 months were about to end, Lu Ping miraculously broke through the barrier and stepped into the late stage of the 9th level. He was only 1 step away from the peak of the 9th level. It took less than a year for Lu Ping to reach the late stage of the 9th layer blood refining realm. In these 3 months, Lu Ping became obsessed with alchemy. He repeatedly read the pill refinement scripture and observation records left behind by alchemist Sheng Tao. He also tried to combine the low-grade spiritual herbs he harvested from the spiritual herb garden with the most basic blood refinement pill. This was a pill for cultivators who had just entered the blood refining realm. Even mortals with strong bodies could withstand the medicinal effects and benefit from it. To concoct such a pill, there was no need to use a high-grade mystic-grade spirit fire like the Azure Spirit Fire. Otherwise, spiritual herbs that were slightly stronger than ordinary herbs would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Lu Ping used the true fire condensed from his arcane energy and a mid-grade magic cauldron. It was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. However, reality was cruel. Recently, a series of good luck seemed to have exhausted Lu Ping's luck. In these 3 months, the center of Huangli Island would often hear the sound of explosions. Sometimes at night, there would be flames that soared to the sky. This made the simple islanders very worried. They felt that this easygoing immortal was not arrogant and often helped everyone. He had even saved the lives of many people on the island. They hoped that he would not be chased away like the previous immortal. Lu Ping, whose clothes were burned to pieces, coughed continuously because of the pungent smell. He had no idea that his actions had brought panic to the islanders. After experiencing a few failures, Lu Ping finally calmed down and began to seriously study Pill Master Sheng Tao's pill scripture. He compared it with his own process of concocting pills. He carefully recalled the changes in fire control during the concoction, the timing and speed of the hand seals, and so on. At the same time, he studied the medicinal properties of various spiritual herbs recorded in the record of knowledge. At the same time, he had a deep understanding of the principles of the various spiritual herbs in the formula. Gradually, he gained a lot of insights. On this day, at the source of the two rivers on Huangli Island, not far from Lu Ping's cultivation room, as Lu Ping formed the last set of hand seals, the cauldron shook. The true fire under the cauldron gradually weakened and a faint fragrance overflowed from the cauldron. A smile finally appeared on Lu Ping's face. The true fire finally extinguished and the cauldron gradually calmed down. Lu Ping opened the lid of the cauldron. After a burst of steam, 2 bright red blood refinement pills were lying at the bottom of the cauldron. The rest were 8 charred black balls. The lowest grade pill had a 20% success rate. This should have been a depressing result. Unfortunately, Lu Ping was not dejected at all. He happily threw the blood refinement pills to Debao to eat. Debao gave face to its master. The little mouse ate the blood refinement pills ravenously. Lu Ping dissolved the remaining blood refinement pill in water. He gave the water to the weak islanders to drink. Unexpectedly, their bodies became better. The islanders who had witnessed this miracle worshipped Lu Ping even more. This caused the panic caused by Lu Ping's concoction to disappear. Lu Ping continued to work hard. He decided to use up all the low-grade spiritual herbs he had brought back from the spiritual herb garden. Although the results of his concoction varied, Lu Ping no longer produced an entire cauldron of useless pills. Sometimes it was 1, sometimes it was 2. Eventually, the number of pills increased to 3 or 4 pills. After refining hundreds of low-grade spiritual herbs for 20 to 30 cauldrons, Wang Xiaolong obtained more than 30 pills of the lowest grade. The 3 months were almost over. The auction was coming soon. Lu Ping had about 7,000 spirit stones on hand. He had accumulated them through various methods during this period of time. Among the blood-refining realm cultivators, he could definitely be considered a wealthy man. However, Lu Ping knew that he was still far from enough. He had heard rumors that a blood-condensing pill would appear in the auction. Lu Ping, who was learning alchemy, knew that the cost of a blood-condensing pill was around 600 to 700 spirit stones. However, in reality, it was usually priced at 1,000 to 600 spirit stones. In an auction, it was common for the price to go up to 2,000 spirit stones. He also needed to buy a mid-grade flying artifact. Due to the recent conflict between Jinling and Xianling sect, Lu Ping decided to put this eye-catching flying car artifact up for auction. Xianling sect wouldn't fall out with Jinling and the multi-treasure pavilion for a mere artifact anyway. Medicinal pills, especially the blood vigor pill, had to be purchased. After tasting the benefits of using the blood vigor pill, Lu Ping couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. The problem was, did Lu Ping have enough spirit stones? Chapter 45. In order to prevent cultivators from driving up the price, every cultivator had to pay a deposit of 50 spirit stones before entering the auction. The deposit would be returned after the auction. After Lu Ping paid the deposit, he went to hand the flying car to the auction house. After some thought, he took out 100 top-grade blood talismans and 2 sets of child mother warning talismans and gave them to the auction house. In the end, Lu Ping paid an extra 50 spirit stones. In addition to his own items, he could be considered a big customer. Thus, he was arranged to stay in a private room. Lu Ping chose the private room to keep it a secret. Before coming here, Lu Ping had received news from Shi Lingling that there would indeed be a blood-condensing pill in this auction. Lu Ping would definitely participate in the auction for the blood-condensing pill. Speaking of the blood-condensing pill, Lu Ping was overjoyed. After entering the private room, he took out an exquisite jade bottle from his storage pouch. When he opened the bottle, a fragrant aroma wafted out. Inside the bottle was a purple pill the size of a longan. The surface of the pill glowed faintly. This was the blood-condensing pill that he got from Di Kuan Island. Originally, Lu Ping wanted to attend the auction with Group 7. However, after arriving at Xianqi Island, he found out that Yao Yong had broken through to the blood condensation realm and became an inner disciple of Junling. He had already returned to True Spirit Island to receive further inheritance. Coincidentally, Du Feng had also reached the peak of the 9th layer. He was preparing for the blood condensation realm and could not attend the auction. This disappointed Shi Lingling greatly. To make matters worse, Group 7's Li Cheng and Zhang Zicheng had also broken through to the 8th layer and had come to Xianqi Island to carry out a sect mission. Li Cheng had always been at odds with Lu Ping. Now that he saw that Lu Ping had reached the 9th layer, he was once again cast aside. This made Li Cheng even more jealous. Li Cheng was also a cultivator from a clan. After arriving at Xianqi Island, he tried to rope in the other cultivators of Group 7, intentionally isolating Lu Ping. Lu Ping was too lazy to care about this. He had long since not wanted too many people to know about his affairs, and was planning to act alone. Li Cheng's arrival just happened to give Lu Ping a reason. Lu Ping was a maverick in Group 7, and he was very strong. Other than Yao Yong, Du Feng, and Shi Lingling, he was also acquainted with Zhang Zicheng. Therefore, Lu Ping's departure did not cause much awkwardness to everyone. Only Shi Lingling was a little unhappy. After putting away the blood-condensing pill, Lu Ping took out 2 mid-grade inner armors. The outer layer of the inner armors was golden in color and was mainly refined from the scales of the sea snake demons. The inner layer was soft and tough, refined from the skin of the sea snake demons. After putting away the inner armors, a 3-inch square metal stamp appeared in Lu Ping's hand. Looking at this mystic artifact, Lu Ping's smile grew even wider. This was the landslide that had already been successfully upgraded to a high-grade magic tool. With the addition of profound iron, the landslide appeared even more profound and heavy. The 7 profound grade restrictions of the same attribute naturally made its power even more tyrannical, but the amount of magic power it required was even greater. Thinking of this, Lu Ping sighed helplessly. He would only be able to use it when he reached the blood condensation realm. Putting away landslide, Lu Ping took out a jade scroll with a solemn expression. This was something that Yao Yong had asked Master Immortal Lu to pass to Lu Ping along with the energy-gathering praying mat to him when he returned to Jinling to thank Lu Ping for lending him the energy-gathering praying mat. The jade scroll recorded Yao Yong's process of breaking through to the blood condensation realm in detail. Many of Yao Yong's experiences were included in the scroll, which made Lu Ping feel like he had just obtained a priceless treasure. While Lu Ping was experiencing the process of breaking through to the blood condensation realm in his private room, more and more people entered the auction hall. Lu Ping looked at the bustling crowd of blood refining realm cultivators, but he didn't see any cultivators from Group 7. It seemed that Shi Lingling and Li Cheng had also entered the private room. Only 1/3 of the cultivators in the auction hall were from Jinling. The rest were rogue cultivators and disciples from other sects or clans. Between sects, as long as they weren't enemies, they weren't prohibited from appearing in their respective territories. After all, the interaction between cultivators could enrich the market, allowing cultivation resources to flow and replenish each other. Due to the 50 spirit stones entry fee and the limited number of seats in the auction hall, there were only about 1,000 cultivators who entered the auction hall. Amidst the hustle and bustle, a fat cultivator with a smile on his face walked up to the auction stage. Even though this cultivator had an amiable demeanor, the surging arcane energy waves around him clearly told everyone that he was a blood condensation expert. The fat cultivator stopped the hustle and bustle in the auction hall. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoists, my surname is Pang, and I am one of the managers of the Multi-Treasure Pavilion's auction house. I will be hosting today's auction." Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Manager Pang continued, "Without further ado, I hereby announce the official start of today's auction. To express my gratitude for everyone's support of our auction house, the first item of today's auction will be a heavyweight." Seeing that the cultivators below the stage were already interested in him, Manager Pang shouted, "Bring the auction item to the stage." A well-dressed young lady held a tray in her hands. On top of the tray was an auction item that was covered with a red silk cloth. As Manager Pang lifted the red silk cloth, the cultivators in the auction hall couldn't help but gasp. A cauldron. It's actually a cauldron. One had to know that the difficulty of forging a cauldron was much higher than an artifact of the same grade. Therefore, a low-grade cauldron was usually worth as much as a high-grade artifact. However, the usage of a cauldron was no different from an ordinary artifact. Late blood refining realm cultivators could basically use a mid-grade cauldron. It was just like how Lu Ping was using a mid-grade cauldron to learn how to refine pills. On the auction stage, the fat cultivator introduced the cauldron loudly, a low-grade cauldron artifact. It is made from refined wind-polished copper as its main spiritual material. It contains 3 layers of restrictions, and is considered the best among low-grade cauldrons. The starting price is 500 spirit stones, and each increment must be no less than 10 spirit stones. Sure enough, it was the starting price for a high-grade magic tool. The high starting price caused most cultivators to shrink back. Of course, most of them knew that the threshold for becoming an alchemist was too high, so this pill furnace was useless to them. However, there were still quite a few people who participated in the bidding. I bid 520 spirit stones. 550 spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, the price of the cauldron had exceeded 600 spirit stones, and it was heading towards 700 spirit stones. It seemed like there were quite a lot of rich cultivators in the blood refining realm. Lu Ping couldn't help but frown. Lu Ping had a mid-grade cauldron artifact, so naturally, he wouldn't be interested in a low-grade cauldron. Feeling the lively atmosphere in the auction house, Lu Ping teased De Bao with great interest. De Bao was getting fatter and fatter. After advancing to the second layer, it had become a test subject for Lu Ping to concoct low-grade blood refining realm pills. There were several types of pills, and more than 30 pills were consumed by De Bao every day. In addition to the sea snake meat that Lu Ping brought back, De Bao had eaten quite a lot of it. As a result, De Bao's cultivation was increasing, and his body was also getting fatter. Lu Ping had also eaten quite a lot of the sea snake meat, and as a result, Lu Ping's body was getting stronger and stronger. Cultivators in the same realm couldn't compare to him at all, and his strength was probably comparable to cultivators who specialized in body tempering. Chapter 46. The price of the cauldron skyrocketed and was finally bought by the cultivator in room 6 for 820 spirit stones. This was already the price of an ordinary high-grade artifact. With such a good start, the auction continued to be lively, and there were almost no unsold items. Although the following items were not as high-grade as the cauldron, their quality was still guaranteed. A mid-grade flying sword, high quality. The starting price is 150 spirit stones, and each increment is at least 10 spirit stones. Lu Ping, who had just put away De Bao, saw the flying sword that he had obtained from Lin Sheng on the stage. In fact, even among the sect disciples, owning 1 or 2 low-grade artifacts in the late stage of the blood refining realm was already a respectable figure. Although Lu Ping had started to sell mid-grade artifacts, that was because those who had fallen into his hands were either the elites of the sect's outer disciples or the elites of the cultivation clans. In the hands of a 9th-layer blood refining realm cultivator with a weak foundation, it would be difficult to even activate a mid-grade artifact. After a few uses, their arcane energy would be depleted. Therefore, mid-grade artifacts were often the symbol of wealth and elites for blood-refining realm disciples. The price of the flying sword quickly broke through 250 spirit stones, but when it reached 270 spirit stones, it slowed down. In the end, the flying sword was bought by a young cultivator in the auction hall for 300 spirit stones. This price was within a reasonable range. Since he couldn't take it out and it would be troublesome to keep it, it was better to sell it. In the following period of time, the handkerchief artifact and flying sword artifact that Lu Ping had auctioned off were auctioned off one after another. The handkerchief artifact was mainly used for defense. Coupled with its unique creativity, it attracted the attention of many female cultivators and male cultivators. After the starting price was 220 spirit stones, the price quickly skyrocketed. In less than 3 rounds, the price of 300 spirit stones was exceeded, and it only slowed down when it reached 400 spirit stones. In the end, it was won by a female cultivator in room 11 for 430 spirit stones. The flying sword wasn't as popular, but it was still sold for 360 spirit stones. Under Lu Ping's request, the store of Bountiful Treasures Pavilion's cultivators promptly delivered the spirit stones to the private room. After deducting the 5% fee, Lu Ping received another 1,000 spirit stones. This is a talisman brush made from the tail hair of a 3rd-level blood condensation realm demonic beast, Silvermoon Rabbit. Not only will it be useful for everyone here, it will also be sufficient for a long period of time in the blood condensation realm. The starting price is 300 spirit stones, and each increment is no less than 20 spirit stones. Manager Pang's introduction caught Lu Ping's attention. It was obvious that Lu Ping's level of blood refining realm talisman crafting had reached a certain level. It would be difficult for him to make another breakthrough in a short period of time. Only by improving the materials such as the talisman brush, talisman paper, and spiritual ink would he be able to make a difference. The fur of the Silver Moon Rabbit had always been the first choice for making talisman pens. It was very helpful to the success rate of making talisman pens and the improvement of the quality of the talisman. Even though the Silvermoon Rabbit was only at the 3rd level of the blood condensation realm, it was enough for Lu Ping to advance to the blood condensation realm. By the time Lu Ping decided to buy the talisman brush, the price had already risen from 300 spirit stones to 400 spirit stones, and it was still rising. 430 spirit stones. Lu Ping said without hesitation. 450 spirit stones. An aged blood refining realm cultivator below the stage also had his eyes on the talisman brush. 470 spirit stones. The cultivator in room 5 followed suit. 500 spirit stones. Lu Ping said without hesitation. At this point, there were no longer any bidders below the stage. 520 spirit stones. After a moment of hesitation, the cultivator in room 5 made his bid. However, it was obvious that he was no longer as determined as before. 550 spirit stones. Lu Ping followed up with another bid. The cultivators below the stage began to discuss among themselves. This was already the 2nd highest bid of the day. Everyone felt that it wasn't worth it. In fact, it was a waste for a blood-refining realm cultivator to use such a talisman brush. However, for a blood condensation realm cultivator, the talisman brush's duration was too short. However, if they knew of Lu Ping's current talisman forging level, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Lu Ping rarely failed when forging blood-refining realm talismans. Almost 50% of the talismans he forged were high-grade, 20% were top-grade, and the remaining 30% were mid-grade and low-grade. With this talisman brush, Lu Ping was confident that his success rate in forging top-grade talismans would increase to 30%. A 30% success rate might sound like a lot, but with the increasing urgency of cultivation, Lu Ping would often go into closed-door cultivation for several days in a row. The time he spent forging talismans each month was greatly reduced. He could only forge talismans once every 5 to 6 days and produce about 10 talismans at a time. The fellow Taoist in room 7 has bid 550 spirit stones. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 550 spirit stones going once. The cultivator in room 5 didn't bid anymore. After all, this was already the price of a mediocre high-grade magic tool, 550 spirit stones going twice. 550 spirit stones going thrice. Congratulations to the fellow Taoist in room 7 for winning this talisman brush. As the auction continued, Lu Ping played with the talisman brush in his hand. The shaft of the talisman brush was made from 100-year-old green jade bamboo. This type of spiritual material grew slowly and was excellent in guiding spiritual energy. The tip of the brush was made from the tip of the silver moon rabbit's tail, and each strand of hair exuded an exquisite luster. The more Lu Ping looked at it, the more he liked it. His talisman crafting skills could immediately improve to a new level. At this time, the auction was almost halfway through. Although no items were left unsold, and many cultivators obtained their own items, the prices were not bad. However, there was no scene of cultivators bidding crazily like the pill furnace. At this time, a cultivator who was also a manager walked up from the side and said something to Manager Pang. Just as everyone was guessing what was going on, Manager Pang's spirit rose and he said to the cultivators below the stage, "In order to repay everyone's support for our pavilion, the pavilion master and all the managers have unanimously agreed to auction one of the finale items of this auction ahead of time." The sudden decision of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion was like a stone thrown into a lake. It immediately aroused the enthusiastic support of the cultivators present. The atmosphere, which had originally calmed down, suddenly became lively again. The cultivators' eyes shone as they looked forward to the surprise of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. Lu Ping also stopped what he was doing and waited for the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion to release the finale item ahead of time. The tray covered by a red silk cloth had already been opened, revealing an exquisite box made from spirit wood. The carvings on its surface were extremely detailed. The spirit-preserving box could preserve the spiritual energy and medicinal efficacy of the pills, spiritual herbs, and spiritual materials inside for hundreds of years without losing them. Manager Pang carefully opened the wooden box, revealing a purple pill the size of a longan in front of everyone. The crowd below the stage fell into a brief silence. Then, a burst of noise almost tore the roof off the auction hall. Blood-condensing pill. There really is a blood-condensing pill up for auction. If the blood-condensing pill is only one of the finale items, then what are the other finale items? Everyone began to make their own guesses. At the same time, their expressions became solemn. The stronger cultivators' expressions changed several times, and the atmosphere gradually became heavy. Lu Ping also sat up straight, as if he was facing a great enemy. Chapter 47. The unexpected appearance of the blood-condensing pill caused the atmosphere to become eerily quiet. However, everyone could feel the majestic aura brewing within. At the same time, everyone couldn't help but speculate. If the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion could bring out a pill like the blood-condensing pill to be auctioned off in advance, then what other treasures would be placed after it? Perhaps there would be more than one blood-condensing pill this time. Lu Ping was determined to get his hands on the blood-condensing pill. Clearly, some of the cultivators with powerful backgrounds had received news of the blood-condensing pill. Lu Ping had also heard from Shi Lingling that the blood-condensing pill might be auctioned. However, the Multi-Treasures Pavilion didn't say whether they would be auctioning one or several. The cultivators who received the news would probably assume that there would only be one blood-condensing pill. One blood-condensing pill. I don't need to introduce the rest. The starting price is 1,200 spirit stones, and each increment must be no less than 50 spirit stones. Let the bidding begin. 1,300 spirit stones. 1,350 spiritual stones. I bid 1,400 spirit stones. Don't fight me for it. Some of the impatient cultivators were even speaking incoherently. Wasn't an auction supposed to be fought over? Lu Ping wasn't in a hurry to make a bid. He knew that the real auction wasn't here yet. Even though the market price of the blood condensing pellet was between 1,000 and 2,000 spiritual stones, it wasn't uncommon for it to be sold for more than 2,000 spiritual stones. Not to mention, this was an auction with over 1,000 blood refining realm cultivators. There were too many wolves for too little meat, so the price wouldn't be low. Since none of the cultivators in the surrounding rooms were bidding, it was clear that the real auction for the blood condensing pill had yet to begin. The reason why Lu Ping was in such a hurry to bid for the blood condensing pill was not only because his cultivation was close to the threshold of the blood condensation realm, but also because Yao Yong had told him about the general knowledge of the blood condensation realm and the jade slip he gave to Lu Ping. With Lu Ping's deep cultivation and solid foundation, 2 blood condensing pills might not even be enough for him to break through. Yao Yong's family wasn't very powerful. Other than the 1 blood condensing pill he won in the competition, his family only prepared 1 for him. Even so, 2 blood condensing pills were barely enough for Yao Yong's breakthrough. Another reason was that, like him, many cultivators had already guessed that the multi-treasure pavilion wouldn't only have 1 blood condensing pellet. If that was the case, the competition for the blood condensing pellet wouldn't be so fierce, and Lu Ping might be able to fish in troubled waters. The price of the blood condensing pill had already reached 1,800 spirit stones. It was then that the cultivator from room 4 could no longer hold himself back. 2,000 spirit stones. The cultivator in the 4th private room was obviously fed up with the noise of the market and directly killed the hope of some people. Hee, is it young Master Bai inside? Young Master Bai, I'll add another 100 spirit stones. A provocative voice came from room 8, which was next to Lu Ping's room. Young Master Bai, you're too humble. You blood condensing pills prepared. You, to the time, you condensing pill. Don't look for trouble. Young Master Bai said in a low voice from the 4th room. That's not right. Everyone is competing fairly. The highest bidder wins. I wouldn't dare to make things difficult for Big Brother. Besides, do you lack blood condensing pills? That's none of your business. I have my own use for it. 2,200 spirit stones, 2,250 spirit stones. This time, it was the blood condensing pill from the 2nd room. See, young Master Bai isn't the only one who needs it. Yu Qiulan's voice sounded again. Lu Ping furrowed his brows. He didn't expect to run into these clan's disciples. Lu Ping didn't want to get involved in these family fights and cause trouble for himself. Thus, he decided to bid slowly 2,300 spirit stones. Young Master Bai continued. His tone was clearly unfriendly 2,400 spirit stones. The voice from the 10th room sounded. Lu Ping could tell it was Shi Lingling bidding. Previously, when Lu Ping was bidding, he used a spell to change his voice. He wasn't afraid of being recognized. Lu Ping looked in the direction of the 10th room. He still didn't say anything, 2,450 spirit stones. The one who spoke was one of the blood condensing pill from the audience. He attracted everyone's attention. This person looked calm. He didn't panic at all. He just looked at the stage quietly. Even if he didn't have an identity, he must have guts. Everyone was guessing, 2,500 spirit stones. The blood condensing pill from the 12th room also joined in, 2,550 spirit stones. The blood condensing pill from the 1st room also made a bid. No one wanted to give up the blood condensing pill. However, the price was almost saturated. It wouldn't be worth it to buy any more. The bidding was in a stalemate, 2,800 spirit stones. Lu Ping finally made a bid. His first bid was a new height. He was determined to win. Everyone was excited. They were guessing which family or sect was he the descendant of perfected Laozu. Up until now, the 12 rooms had basically made a bid. This Taoist bids 2,800 spirit stones. It's a new record for today's auction. Anyone who wants to bid? 2,800 spirit stones going once. The crowd outside the 7th room was silent. I don't recognize this Taoist's voice. I wonder which family you are from. Perhaps our two families are friends. Young Master Bai's voice sounded. Lu Ping didn't say anything. 2,800 spirit stones going twice. Manager Pang announced again. Maybe you're from Xianling sect. Yu Qiulan said with an ulterior motive. He was a troublemaker. I'm a Jinling cultivator. Lu Ping didn't dare to stay silent. This Yu Qiulan was a troublemaker. If he didn't say anything, it would be a tacit admission. Based on the relationship between Xianling sect and Jinling sect, the entire auction hall would be filled with Jinling disciples ganging up on him, a so-called Xianling sect cultivator. There were tens of thousands of blood-refining realm cultivators in Jinling anyway. Go ahead and find them one by one. 2,850 spirit stones. Senior brother, can you let me have this blood-condensing pill? I'm Bai Changchun from the Bai family. I'll repay you handsomely in the future, 3,000 spirit stones. Lu Ping's response was unwavering. If not me, then who? Humph. Bai Changchun from the 4th room snorted coldly. Lu Ping didn't care who he offended. Breaking through to the blood condensation realm was more important than anything else. After Manager Pang called out 3 times, no one else raised the bid. The blood-condensing pill went to Lu Ping's 7th room. Lu Ping tossed out 30 mid-grade spirit stones with a wave of his hand. Looking at the second purple pill in his hand, he was overjoyed. The mysterious cultivator in the 7th room had only made 2 bids in the auction, and both of them had garnered a lot of attention. The cultivators who had just experienced a wave of excitement were indeed stirred up. The rest of the auction could be said to be the climax of the event. All sorts of items appeared one after another. Artifacts, pills, secret techniques, formation plates, talismans, pill recipes, spiritual herbs, secret manuals, and so on. Every item sold for a very high price. Lu Ping also came across quite a few items that caught his interest. Occasionally, he would bid for them, but he only did so to join in the fun and see if there was anything he could take advantage of. Lu Ping, on the other hand, had a small ambition. If another blood-condensing pill appeared, he would still bid for it if it was below 3,000 spirit stones. Even though he would only be left with about 2,000 spirit stones, which might affect his cultivation, he still had a batch of blood-solidifying pills that could last him for a year. He would think of another way to break through to the blood condensation realm. For the sake of the blood condensation realm, everything was worth it. Chapter 48. Lu Ping used another 300 spirit stones to buy a jade scroll titled Basics of Pill Refinement. Since Lu Ping had decided to enter the field of pill refinement, he naturally had to build a good foundation. Even though he had the Sheng Tao pill scripture and the Basics of Pill Refinement he got from Lin Sheng, there was no harm in learning from other schools. Ladies and gentlemen, our pavilion will be auctioning a batch of supreme-grade spiritual talismans, and they are all supreme-grade blood talismans. Due to the large quantity, we will be auctioning them in batches. There are 20 supreme-grade blood talismans in the first batch. The starting bid is 150 spirit stones. Manager Pang introduced Lu Ping's blood talismans to the crowd. In the market, a single supreme-grade blood talisman would cost between 8 to 10 spirit stones. However, supreme-grade blood talismans were rare in the blood-refining realm, let alone appearing in batches. If these 20 talismans were to be used together, even a blood condensation realm expert would be in trouble if they were caught off guard. Previously, Lu Ping had ambushed a 4th-layer blood condensation realm sea snake monster with a large number of supreme-grade lightning talismans. As expected, this batch of blood talismans was quite popular. The price soon exceeded 200 spirit stones, and it was finally won by someone for 230 spirit stones. Lu Ping felt that the price was reasonable. If the price went any higher, it wouldn't be worth it. After that, Lu Ping's talismans were auctioned in batches of 30 and 50. The appearance of the first batch of 50 supreme-grade blood talismans caused the crowd to gasp in surprise. The person who auctioned this batch of talismans was either a blood condensation realm cultivator or an extremely skilled talisman craftsman. The latter was highly likely. After all, blood condensation realm talisman craftsmen wouldn't waste their own blood on talismans that weren't of much use to them. During the auction of Lu Ping's talismans, Lu Ping noticed a person looking left and right in the auction hall, as if she was looking for someone. This person was Hu Lily, who had been defeated in front of Xing Tao's cave abode. However, there weren't any other two people following her. Instead, there was a young cultivator who kept talking to her. The two seemed to be very familiar with each other. Hu Lily couldn't find the person she was looking for. She couldn't help but feel disappointed. She turned around and said a few words to the young man beside her. Lu Ping knew that Hu Lily was already suspecting that he was the creator of these blood charms. After all, only Hu Lily had traded a large number of blood charms with him. The two batches of talismans were sold for the ideal prices of 380 and 720 spirit stones respectively. This gave Lu Ping more confidence in the upcoming auction. Then, there were some other talismans with special functions, but they were all auctioned in batches, not as many as Lu Ping's, and the quality was also somewhat different. On the other hand, Lu Ping's two sets of parent-child warning talismans once again made everyone's eyes light up. Once this talisman was set up, it could monitor a radius of a few hundred meters. Although it wasn't comparable to divine sense, it could still detect a blood condensation realm expert's location if they were careless. However, if a blood condensation realm expert wanted to conceal his strength, the talisman would lose its effect. Moreover, this set of talismans usually had a time limit. Once the time limit was up, the talisman would become useless. Even so, this kind of talisman made everyone's eyes light up. The starting price went from 200 spirit stones, all the way up to 400 spirit stones, and finally, it was sold for 480 spirit stones. This surprised Lu Ping. Although it was harder to make a set of talismans than other talismans, the price was still on the high side. Lu Ping even had the urge to take out a few sets of landmine talismans to auction, but it was even more difficult to make than warning talismans. Even Lu Ping only had a few sets to protect himself. Moreover, Lu Ping needed to keep a few trump cards for himself. The next item is a mid-grade flying magic tool, Flying Cloud Pouch. Not only is this magic tool extremely fast, but it also has a good concealment ability. It looks like a cloud, and it changes color according to the weather. Even a blood condensation realm expert wouldn't be able to detect it with their divine sense if they aren't too close. The starting price is 450 spirit stones, and each increment must be no less than 20 spirit stones. Manager Pang had just finished his introduction when the bidding was drowned out by the bidding, 500 spirit stones. 530 spirit stones. In such a short period of time, the price had exceeded 600 spirit stones. This had far exceeded the price of the lowest quality high-grade magic tool, and the price was still rising. Lu Ping was originally very interested in this magic tool. He was only using a low-grade flying magic tool, and it was indeed insufficient in terms of speed. Lu Ping was also considering using a flying magic tool for this auction. However, as the price of the magic tool continued to rise, Lu Ping gradually calmed down. Although this magic tool had a good concealment ability and was extremely fast, Lu Ping wasn't too far away from the blood condensation realm. Once he reached the blood condensation realm, this magic tool wouldn't be of much help to him. Especially its concealment ability, it might not even be as good as the invisibility technique of a blood condensation realm cultivator. Hence, Lu Ping didn't bid anymore after 2 more times. In the end, the magic tool was successfully won by Shi Lingling from room 10 for 750 spirit stones. However, Lu Ping noticed a phenomenon. When Shi Lingling placed a bid, the people in the other private rooms would no longer place a higher bid than her. Only when someone below the stage made another bid would the people in the other rooms follow suit. Lu Ping thought back to the blood-condensing pellet auction. Back then, during the blood-condensing pellet auction, everyone in the private rooms started a war of words. But when Shi Lingling bid, no one showed any hostility. Lu Ping rubbed his chin. It seemed like Shi Lingling's background wasn't as simple as just coming from a cultivation family. Lu Ping's magic tool also appeared. However, to Lu Ping's surprise, many Jinling disciples cheered loudly. Isn't that Xian Ling Sect's mid-grade flying magic tool, the flying car? Why is it appearing in our auction? It's possible that Xian Ling Sect's disciples were too preoccupied with the pleasures of the world and accidentally ran out of spirit stones, so they could only use this flying car to borrow some spirit stones. However, they were afraid of ruining their young and rich reputation in Xian Ling Sect's territory, so they came here. Not necessarily. I think the disciples of Xian Ling Sect have been mistreated in the sect, so they want to turn to the light and join our Jinling's embrace. That's why they're using this flying car as a proof of allegiance. Some cultivators started to ridicule. No, this flying car is the symbol of Xian Ling Sect's disciples. How could they be mistreated? That doesn't make sense. You can't even figure it out. Outsiders like us shouldn't know about the matters between men and women. Ha, hee hee. All kinds of weird laughter sounded. Lu Ping had a strange expression on his face. He didn't expect the flying car to have such an effect. Chapter 49. Lu Ping didn't expect this flying chariot to be a symbolic mystic artifact for Xian Ling Sect's low-level elite disciples. As soon as it appeared in the auction, it attracted a lot of attention. All sorts of malicious speculations about Xian Ling Sect emerged one after another. I think someone must have killed a Xian Ling Sect disciple and stolen his mystic artifact. I think so too. Didn't Xian Ling Sect accuse our Jinling disciple of colluding with the monster clans and killing 5 of their disciples? I heard that one of them was an elite disciple from a powerful family. I think he must have gotten this mystic artifact from there. Doesn't that mean Xian Ling Sect's lies about us colluding with the monster clans are true? No, I think it must be a fugitive who killed someone in Xian Ling Sect and came here to seek refuge. No matter what, the auction of this flying chariot is a joyous occasion. We should take it back and show it off. The cultivator in room 12 spoke up. But I'm afraid the person who auctioned this item is in trouble. Xian Ling Sect will soon find out about this and come to investigate. This time, it was Yu Qiulan from room 8 who spoke up. Let's see if the store of bountiful treasures can really keep the information of the auctioneer a secret. Bai Changchun from room 4 chimed in. The store of bountiful treasures' reputation is unquestionable, Shi Lingling from room 10 chimed in. That's right. Everyone agreed. Manager Pang cleared his throat to stop the discussion. He smiled and said, "Everyone, there's no need to provoke me. Our store of bountiful treasures' reputation is here. We will never reveal the information of the auctioneer. Let's continue with the auction." This mid-sized flying chariot can carry up to 9 people. It has medium speed and decent defensive capabilities. The interior is luxuriously decorated and equipped with all sorts of facilities. It's a must-have for cultivators traveling. The starting price is 500 spirit stones, and each increment must be no less than 20 spirit stones. Lu Ping himself was shocked at first, especially when someone connected it to the battle on the Reef Island. This was only one step away from the truth. However, many of the Jinling disciples suddenly began to defend the auctioneer of the mystic instrument. Even Bai Changchun and Yu Qiulan, 2 people who did not get along with each other, began to speak up for the auctioneer. In the end, they even deliberately forced Manager Pang to represent the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion to make a statement. This gave Lu Ping a deeper understanding of the cohesiveness of the Jinling disciples. Many wealthy Jinling disciples were chasing after this mystic artifact. Jinling was using Xianling sect's low-level elite disciples' mystic artifact for a spin, and it was a very respectable thing to do. The bidding price rose all the way to more than 700 spirit stones. To be honest, Lu Ping did not expect this. Previously, Lu Ping had seen Master Immortal Du's large flying mystic instrument. It could carry dozens of people, so he thought this mystic instrument was only slightly more expensive than ordinary flying mystic instruments. He did not expect the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion to raise the starting price of a high-grade mystic instrument. In the end, it was Yu Qiulan and the cultivator from Private Room 3 who was competing. The cultivator from Private Room 3 bid 800 spirit stones. Yu Qiulan lost his temper and scolded, "Who dares to ruin your young master's plans? Tell me your name." "Young master Yu, you're so hot-tempered. Why? Is this auction hosted by your family?" The cultivator from Room 3 did not mince words and raised his voice. "I was wondering who could be so generous. So it's Xiao Yang from the Xiao family. I heard that your elder sister is going to marry a disciple from Xianling sect's Xiao family. Are you here to present a gift to your new master?" Yu Qiulan said sarcastically. "What a pity, I bid 850 spirit stones." Humph. Zhao Yang knew that because of what happened to his sister, he was disliked by the other disciples. His future brother-in-law's younger brother was killed by a demonic beast while training outside. His brother-in-law's family had always suspected that there was more to it than meets the eye. Coincidentally, his brother-in-law's younger brother had a flying car in the cloud, so Zhao Yang wanted to buy it and give it to his brother-in-law to see if it really belonged to his younger brother. Zhao Yang did not want to be provoked by others. Now that he was recognized, he knew he could not get this mystic instrument. Otherwise, the other disciples in the private rooms would team up to compete with him, which would make him even more enemies. However, he could not let this Yu Qiulan off easily. "I bid 900 spirit stones." "Hee, Yu Qiulan, if you bid 1,000 spirit stones, I, Zhao Yang, will withdraw from the bidding." In fact, when Yu Qiulan bid 800 spirit stones, Zhao Yang had already decided to give up. His family was not considered a big aristocratic family in Jinling and did not have as many spirit stones as the other disciples. This was also one of the reasons why his family was connected to Xianling sect through marriage. Moreover, he had already spent a lot of spirit stones in the previous auction. The rest of the spirit stones needed to wait for the finale item, so he wisely withdrew. Yu Qiulan laughed strangely. "Zhao Yang, your provocation is too clumsy, but I, Yu Qiulan, don't care about 1,000 spirit stones. This flying car is mine." Lu Ping was a little surprised by this result. 1,000 spirit stones was not a bad income. At the same time, he saw the power of the big aristocratic families. He had to be careful of Zhao Yang's family. Next was a batch of medicinal pills for late blood refining cultivation, such as blood toughening pill, blood piercing pill, and other medicinal pills that were more effective than blood essence pill. There were also medicinal pills that Lu Ping was familiar with, such as blood solidifying pill and blood vigor pill. Although Lu Ping didn't lack medicinal pellets for cultivation, the more blood vigor pellets he had, the better. Unfortunately, the number of blood vigor pills was limited, and the competition was fierce. Lu Ping spent nearly 750 spirit stones to buy 3 bottles, which was already on the high side. After all, there were too many blood vigor pills and not enough meat. Helpless, Lu Ping could only bid for 6 more bottles of blood solidifying pill as backup, spending another 960 spirit stones. There were also various healing pills, antidote pills, poison pills, body fixing pills, spirit sealing pills, zombie pills, invisibility pills, and so on. All of them had their own magical effects, which greatly widened Lu Ping's horizons. Lu Ping also bought a few different kinds of medicinal pills according to his needs, spending another 1,000 spirit stones. This made Lu Ping yearn to be an alchemist even more. In the blink of an eye, another 6 hours passed, and the auction was nearing its end. Manager Pang was still in high spirits, without a trace of fatigue. He stood on the stage and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the finale item. My multi-treasure pavilion has prepared a total of 5 items for everyone. One of them is already known as the blood-condensing pill, so what's the second item?" Manager Pang kept everyone in suspense. First, he asked someone to slowly bring the items onto the stage on a tray, which attracted even more people's curiosity. Manager Pang looked at the curious eyes of the audience and smiled. He suddenly lifted the red silk on the tray, revealing an exquisite belt with animal patterns on it. On the buckle of the belt was an intricately carved image of a green flood dragon playing in the water, and on both sides of the belt were images of various rare birds and beasts. The entire belt shone brightly, and the various patterns on it seemed to come to life, vivid and lifelike. Could this be? Chapter 50. A storage belt. It's actually a storage belt. A cultivator in the auction hall recognized the item and exclaimed, causing the crowd to go into a frenzy. Manager Pang was very satisfied when he saw the excited crowd below the stage. Manager Pang raised his hands and signaled for the crowd to quiet down. That's right, this is a storage belt. Usually, only powerful late blood condensation cultivators or core forging enlightened masters would have such a storage belt. The storage space of this storage belt is about 3 square meters. The storage pouch of an ordinary blood refining realm cultivator is only about 1 square meter, and the storage pouch of an ordinary blood condensation realm cultivator is only 2 square meters. This storage belt is definitely the best choice for everyone. It is a symbol of your status. Furthermore, this storage belt comes with 2 demonic beast storage spaces. You can store your pets or demonic beasts. There's also a defensive spell on the storage belt. This is a defensive spell set up by a late blood condensation cultivator proficient in the Force realm. It can be activated when the user's life is in danger. The crowd below the stage was already attracted by Manager Pang's introduction of the storage belt's powerful functions. Every time he finished introducing the functions, the crowd would start discussing excitedly. Although Lu Ping was also attracted by these rare spatial items, he kept a respectful distance from them. Even though he had a lot of treasures on him, it wasn't to the extent that he couldn't fit all of them in his storage pouch. Furthermore, Lu Ping had an exquisite storage pouch left behind by Pill Master Xing Tao. A storage belt was a symbol of status. It was also a symbol of wealth and strength. Lu Ping was just a small blood refining cultivator without any backing. He didn't want anyone to target him. The starting bid is 1,000 spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 50 spirit stones. As soon as Manager Pang announced the start of the auction, bids started to rise. Lu Ping suddenly realized that there were actually quite a number of blood refining cultivators with a lot of spirit stones on them. The price of the auction continued to rise. In a short period of time, it had broken through 1,500 spirit stones, and the momentum of its rise did not slow down at all. It only slowed down after passing 1,800 spirit stones. At this time, the cultivators in Room 9 and the 2 unfamiliar cultivators in the auction hall were mainly competing for the storage belt. Moreover, the 2 cultivators below the stage bid without any hesitation, and they were even more persistent than the cultivator in room number 9, as if they had something to rely on. Seeing that, Lu Ping was quite surprised. Looking at the 2 cultivators beneath the stage, he knew that they were also cultivators with great backgrounds. In the end, the storage belt was bought by an ordinary-looking cultivator among the 2 cultivators in the audience for 2,100 spirit stones. The second item in the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion was a high-grade magic tool. This magic tool was a set of flying needles with the name Astral Piercing Needles. This type of magic tool was most suited for sneak attacks, especially against the various defensive magic techniques of cultivators. This was why it had such a name. If an early blood condensation realm cultivator were to use it, even a late blood condensation realm cultivator would be in trouble. During the island battle, Lu Ping saw Hu Lili being ambushed by a Xianling sect disciple with a needle-shaped magic tool. At that time, he was shocked by the sharpness of this magic tool. Lu Ping had already refined that magic tool with his blood and turned it into his trump card. Moreover, this was only a low-grade flying needle magic tool, not to mention a set of 3 high-grade magic tools. As expected, after the magic tool was auctioned at 1,200 spirit stones, it quickly rose to 2,300 spirit stones. In the end, it was won by the cultivator in room number 1 for 2,400 spirit stones. The third item was another blood condensing pill. The thousands of cultivators in the auction hall went into a frenzy again. With Lu Ping's example, the price continued to rise, easily breaking the 3,000 spirit stones mark. This caught Lu Ping by surprise. Fortunately, Lu Ping's previous items had allowed him to break the 7,000 spirit stones mark. Even though he had spent another 2,500 spirit stones to buy the pills and other items, he still had about 5,000 spirit stones left. 3,200 spirit stones, 3,300 spirit stones. 3,500 spirit stones. Lu Ping tried his best to sound calm, but his heart was bleeding. Lu Ping had expected the competition to become more intense if there was another blood-condensing pill, but he didn't expect it to be so intense. When the price of the blood-condensing pill reached 2,800 spirit stones, the bidding slowed down. It was obvious that this was the limit of the cultivators in the auction hall. But when Lu Ping raised the price to 3,000 spirit stones again, Lu Ping immediately incurred the wrath of the crowd. "It's him again. Which sect are you from? Don't you think it's too much to eat 2 blood-condensing pills in a row? Everyone, let's go. We can't let him get all the benefits." In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. They were determined to not let Lu Ping get what he wanted even if they suffered heavy losses. Lu Ping smiled bitterly, 3,600 spirit stones. Let's all fight it out with him. I want to see how many spirit stones he has. Not only did Bai Changchun bid, but he also found others to suppress Lu Ping. Lu Ping knew that he had gone too far. If he were to monopolize the blood-condensing pill in front of so many people, it would be difficult for ordinary people to afford it. 3,500 spirit stones was his limit. Any higher and it would exceed the price of the blood-condensing pill by too much. It would also affect his cultivation plan. Bai Changchun obtained the blood-condensing pill as he wished, but the price was a little too ridiculous. Lu Ping knew that there must be a lot of cultivators paying attention to him. Initially, he was afraid that he would attract unwanted attention, so he planned to leave early. But after some thought, he realized that there were probably many cultivators watching him. If he left now, wouldn't he be more conspicuous? Leaving with the crowd after the auction was over was the best course of action. At this time, it was time for the last item of the auction to appear. Manager Pang's mysterious expression revealed a hint of excitement. Clearly, this was an item that even a blood condensation cultivator like him was excited about. Let's welcome the last item. Underneath the red silk on the tray was a 1-inch square jade talisman. Lu Ping sucked in a breath of cold air. Treasure talisman. The last item of the auction was a treasure talisman. Lu Ping, who had seen the power of a treasure talisman before, immediately recognized it. It was made of spirit jade. Some of the more knowledgeable cultivators in the private rooms and below the stage also recognized the treasure talisman. The crowd gasped, causing those who had never seen a treasure talisman to start guessing. Everyone, this is a treasure talisman. It was made by a direct disciple of Jinling, Shi Xuanmu, in his spare time. It's extremely powerful and is a must-have item for you to protect yourselves and kill your enemies. Just as he said this, Manager Pang was suddenly interrupted.